Back parts of my body. Stretch out my limbs. Be surprised that I'm able to stream today because stream today because I am. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Chaos Child, which will be taking over for the long stream because I really wasn't enjoying streaming. I sadly really wasn't enjoying streaming 100 Line Defense. I wish I did, but I didn't. So now we're gonna play a game where all I can remember from when we were trying out games for long streams was that this one had a protagonist who made me want to hurl him into the sun. I don't know if that's gonna keep up though. I don't know if I'm gonna still want to hurl him into the sun or if then maybe. Why did that happen? Okay, then I gotta go over here. Also, high clips. And I gotta go over to this thing. I gotta press start game. This is a work of fiction. I don't believe you. It's all real. What the fuck? There was starting soon scene? Yes, I don't use it. Also, the murder's right at the start. Right. I think there was something like that. And I didn't fucking change my sound. God. Shut the fuck up. Do I have to close the goddamn game? God damn it, I have to close the goddamn game. Wait, where's the game? Okay, yeah, close the game because I hadn't changed my speaker settings. It was coming out of my speakers instead of my headphones like I needed them to. Okay. Then while this plays, we can try and... Okay, it's gonna capture it, right? Okay, good. Then we can check out the volume. Jesus Christ, that looks loud as fuck. Okay, is that gonna be fine at that level? Looks like it might be. Okay, now it looks like it's too low. Maybe the baby crying was just louder than expected. Some guy died or pronounced browses or possibly even post on two channel, and then that's all you remember. Okay, let's see. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of stuff. Can I hear his voice? Apparently not. Okay. I guess we'll give this a chance and see how it goes. If the sound is too loud, do let me know, please. Anyway. New GOM. Wow, that's... Okay. November 6th, 2009, AD, 10:28 p.m. It came without warning. Ah, I see. The rapture occurred. How could I forget that one from the stream? Oh, sorry, no, it was a magnitude 7.8 earthquake, which with an epicenter directly under the city, which is why it looked like heaven was coming down to hit us. Disaster reduced one of Tokyo's busiest downtown areas, nothing in a single night. The high-rise buildings that have birthed so many trends and fads collapsed. As if giving up on their role in society. Black fires spread through the city. As individuals fell into the grip of the crowd's psychology, their terror was magnified. Combined, all these things took many lives. The final death toll was 3,851. The final number of injured, 30,927. This event would be later known as the Shibuya earthquake. My god. Not about the deaths, but about me, and injuries, but about me not being able to say words. Even on that destruction, people still suffered the most in their hearts. Some who had lost their families came together to share a new resolve, while others who had been forced to watch their friends die were driven by guilt to take their own lives. As the baby was miraculously reunited with his parents after 72 hours, a child in an evacuation shelter asked her dad, "When's mommy coming home?" He had no answer. Some of the wounded made it to hospitals by looking at real-time updates on the web. Others saw people on the internet talking about the disaster as if it were a movie and were driven mad. A homeless man was saved from malnutrition by an organized volunteer group. At the same time, a middle school boy punched a self-centered volunteer who came to Shibuya to find himself in the face. It was the first time in that boy's life he'd ever been violent. Shibuya. The psychological toll was incredible, and many of the survivors of later manifestations similar to those associated with PTSD. Ah, you mean PTSD. What do you mean similar to PTSD? Young were hit the hardest, and before long the cause of those symptoms were given a name. Chaos Child Syndrome. Okay? Why? Sorry. It's like, they had symptoms that were similar to PTSD. Okay, what made them different from PTSD? You want to give me an answer? No, fuck off. It wasn't PTSD, but it was like PTSD. Okay, fine, I guess. Reloading happened at a feverish pitch never seen before. It felt appropriate to say, hang in there, but people felt that somebody had to do something. The new slogan was Shibuya, a city reborn, and no amount of money or manpower was spared in aiding the endeavor. The whole town was in a grip of fever. In private, a leader of the redevelopment effort said, "This may sound unkind, but this frenzy feels like a town bearing its grief by holding a festival." Building codes were rigorously evaluated with an eye towards earthquake engineering. Perhaps in an effort to emphasize the city's safety, security cameras were put all over town. Hey, Darkbit. Welcome to the people's game. Shibuya would become a place where everyone could live in peace. Big Brother's watching to make sure your earthquake doesn't happen. At the same time, a rumor began to spread about the earthquake. Something about this earthquake doesn't make sense. Yeah, like the fucking massive amount of light that showed up and the fact that it looked like the rapture was happening. Yes, that was rather odd, wasn't it? There were no aftershocks, and the damage had spread in a strange way. Harajuku and Ebisu? Ebisu? I don't know how you say that one. Areas only a kilometer away from Shibuya suffered a few casualties and even fewer collapsed buildings. Arguing so far as that Falcon might have seen this, thought, I can do that, and then make Tokyo Xanadu. How foolish. Yeah, the patch link should be helpful. I don't know how it's going to fix things up, but if it fixes some things, cool. This damage pattern had never been observed in prior Now, if only you could give me a patch for my ability to speak. This damage pattern had never been observed in any prior earthquake, and so more than a few pundits claimed the Shibuya earthquake must have been artificial. Shibuya. Blah, 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 blah. More than anything, some of the survivors all said the same things. I saw a white light. Really? Really? Just the survivors, huh? Just the survivors saw. Okay. I heard a sound like a ring in my ears. Too many people experience this for anyone to laugh it off, but no cause of those phenomena were ever found. But just more evidence to those who believe that something about the earthquake had been wrong. Yeah, apparently only the people who survived saw the giant bright light. Okay. Am I implying that the people who died saw it too, but they lied out seeing it? The people who no, I'm saying everyone. Like, if there's a giant pillar of light, which is what we saw in that cutscene just then, essentially, then it's like, yeah, no, a lot of people should have seen that, not just the people who were at the epicenter. Then, 6 years after the strange earthquake in 2015, something else was about to attract attention in the reborn city of Shibuya. If you were God and your delusions could become reality, which delusion would you wish for? A central world? A despotic society? Destruction? I didn't read it in time. No! Fuck! Okay. September 7th, 2015, Sunday night. Did you space out? You don't remember hearing about an epicenter, but only survivors. I say epicenter because the way that we were shown it, it looks like it was a rather circular earthquake, aka this earthquake was contained within a certain area, and you can't survive an earthquake if you weren't there for it, you know?
Hi. ではいつも通り3分くらい募集をかけるんで適当によろです。
Okay, question for you guys. Do you think I should read the spoken lines for this game, or do you think I should keep quiet for them and let the voice acting handle everything? I'm up to do either or in this case. I just know that like if we take out I don't know if we should do that or not, is all. It's all spoken lines. All of it? We just had the very bit in the beginning not be spoken though, Dark, but is internal monologue also spoken? Fully voice except their monologue, dialogue. If it was Eclipse, you wouldn't read the voice acted parts out loud because why bother? As I've said before, it's for people who are like not able to watch the stream actively. We'll try going with only reading the monologue out for now. Or inner dialogue, rather. The second he spoke, the comment box started to fill. Then you can turn off all the voices at that point. Yeah. I'm aware. Utani Yuma watched it for a few seconds and then saw the request. When does Haru-chan tell us she's dating somebody? He smiled to himself. Just what he wanted. Most of the requests were about the hot actors or cute idols. His audience was so stupid that it was easy to tell exactly what they were going to ask. The problem was always whether the name that came up was someone he knew. That was a question of luck and how popular they were. Not wanting to do another Umineko? It's not that I wouldn't want to, it's just that I'm aware, like, part of the fun of Umineko was voicing everything, I won't lie, but also I feel like part of the problem with doing it was that, one, it made the playthrough even longer because I waited to hear the voice acting usually and then spoke, or I spoke over the voice acting, and two, or maybe that's three, shit, I do want to listen to the voice acting. Like, personally, I want to hear the voice acting as well, but it's like, I know it's audio-wise, it's a bit chaotic if I voice and I keep the voice acting on. Haru-chan. Her full name was Haruko something or other. It was fine. So a few days ago, he forced himself to go to an event he'd rather have skipped and seen it for himself.
Yes.
Up to me, which I think is more fun. We'll give it some time on this stream, and we'll see it, and I'll see how I feel about it. Satisfied, Utani got up to get some snacks, like he always did. Zack saying letting the voice acting say the narrating monologue part is fine. Yeah, I feel like it's I have to let the game kind of go out for a bit, and to get a feel of like, should I voice this? It's fun. I do enjoy it, but I also enjoy listening to voice acting too. He lived in a one-bedroom condo located 8 minutes from Shibuya State. I'm going to fucking drown in this. Why is Shibuya like catching me so much? Why am I having such a fucking hard time saying this shit? Why? Why the fuck does it keep coming up? I don't get it. Shibuya Station. Cost 150,000 yen per month. Had been built after the earthquake, so the furnishing and layout were modern. I know how to say it, I just keep tripping up on it when it comes up, and I have no idea why. Bothering me a lot already, Zag. A little more room would have been nice, but compared to the 40,000 yen per month place he lived in last year, it was heaven.
来年にはもうちょっと便利なところに引っ越すか。
You like play-by-plays if you're watching on your phone? You also played this. Is he intervened 6 months and it was in torment? I don't need it. You've also played this in the intervening 6 months of the tournament. You don't need it. I see. There's so many harder renowned Japanese names that aren't Shibuya. I don't know how it's catching you either. I think it's something about how I have to say the word Shibuya. Like, something about it, about doing the sh and then the b sound is like fucking me up, I guess. It's really weird. It might be a very specific, like, speech issue I have that I don't come across it almost ever. At 21 years old, Utani felt satisfied for the first time in his life. TV, serious question? Go for it. In 4th grade, he got big into online gaming and stopped going to school. Eventually, he stopped leaving his room altogether. Then he got addicted to drugs that made him sleepy, but did nothing else. Shiba. Is saying Shiba like the dog mess you up too? Shiba. Shiba. I saw many Shiba by the store. I saw many Shiba by the store today. I saw dogs in Shibuya. I think it kind of does, actually. Shit, I think it kind of does. Shit. Okay. Once, seemingly dark in his future, he planned to commit suicide. In the chaos after the earthquake 6 years ago, he finally managed to leave his room. His family had already given up on him. After he failed his entrance exams, he went to live on his own in Shibuya, and he hadn't spoken to his parents since. As far as they knew, he failed the exams 3 times in a row. In fact, he hadn't even gone through the test after the first time. There wasn't anything he wanted to learn in college, or any companies he wanted to work for badly enough. He had no go in life at all. But things were different now.
アットちゃんにもたまには本当のことが書かれてるもんだ。チーズでいいか。
Is this guy gonna eat just cheese? Like, straight cheese? For some reason? Took a block of cheap cheese he bought at the supermarket out of the fridge. Okay. I was thinking, like, processed cheese, where it's like, you know, the kind you might use for a grilled cheese sandwich, but no. He's getting, like, actual cheese. Got it. That's weird. Usually he never ate anything this cheap. But on Nico Nia live streaming, it wasn't just what he said. How he looked when he said it also mattered. Utani wasn't a good-looking man, let alone a cute girl. He was just a plain old guy, and so to keep his program popular, he didn't make them think he was poor, barely managing to scrape by, in fact. That's why he kept the area around his PC and the parts of his apartment that you could see with his webcam completely plain. Last month, he finally reached his goal of 4,000 viewers. Damn. For a man with nothing going for him like Utani, this was extremely unusual. You're right. I wish to kill this man for taking viewers from me. How dare he? Those viewers could be my viewers. How could he do that? Oh. Ouch. Oh, fuck me, arse. Fuck. God damn. Hold on a second. Exit game? Yeah, I have to fix this up. My faces are fucking connected to the buttons they have for certain actions. Shit. Fuck, I gotta change that shit up. More settings. Controller? No. Lamau. Look, I know it's fucking stupid, but goddamn. Okay, so I don't see anything in the launcher that I can use. So let's see if I can change anything up in the game. Okay, config. Voices. Oh. Ah, shit. Maybe how the heck are their faces the same input as the game? Because I use a fuck ton of different shortcut. The keys that I've got connected for this shit is like a lot. Like, we got a lot of faces, dude. Neutro is 2, happy's 1, singing is comma, I got period, I've got backslash, I got forward slash, I got the bracket keys. I've had to use numpad keys and page up and shit. Like, I've had to use a lot so that I was trying to go for the least common keys because it's fucking pain. Also, shit. How am I gonna do this? Crap baskets. Why am I not using modifier or function keys? Because the way that this is set up, it would mean that every time I press the button, the software does not support those. So 2 things. 1, if I used the function keys, so the way I have my face set up right now is I have my Stream Deck set up with a couple of double press keys. So like my neutral face will press 2 twice to activate that. My happy face will press 1 twice to activate that, so on and so forth. The issue is if I did something like, say, a function key, the key itself would be pressed by the button, which would start making them activate and use their effects. It's why I'm like try to choose keys that I wouldn't interact with games I'm playing as much as possible, or cause issues if I'm trying to do other things too. Chaos Child controls. Press the help button in the main menu. No, don't exit the game. I just want to go back. What's stopping something from using something like Alt plus Shift plus 2? The issue with that is that it creates a massive delay between changing faces, as there's a certain speed that the buttons can go at in Stream Deck. Like, if I tried that before, and it was unreliable too for activating, from my recall. Like, it would sometimes stick up, and fucker is using all of those. Great. What am I using that I can God damn it. Okay, so... Huh. Odd. Yeah, it was very odd, and it's why I've had to... Something I had to work around. Shit. What buttons can I use for this, then? What buttons are currently... Hey, welcome to when I have to adjust my face show features. Okay. What buttons... So hold on. Okay. Bring up OBS so I can see this screen while I check this. 2 will be fine. I need to change happy from 1. Was there ever any kind of update for the Stream Deck since you got it? Software or firmware? Yes. They didn't seem to do anything for this kind of stuff, but maybe if I check more. And okay, hold on. Also, it keeps trying to make me do updates for shit that doesn't seem to do anything, which is very weird. Okay, so happy has to change from 1 because otherwise this isn't going to work. Do I have tab assigned to any of these? I don't think so. No, doesn't look like tab. So tab's not used for this game, so that means I can actually change it off without any problems. But fuck, this is why it's hard, because it's like, okay, let's try something. Hold on. Happy changeover from pressing 1 to doing 1 plus shift, and over here make it 1 plus shift, and then make this repeat the action twice. Okay, then press neutral, then happy. Let's see, does the game... No. Okay, hold on. Backspace again. Continue from 5 bajillion years ago. Yeah, okay. I'm just going here to check this out. I was not expecting that to do this kind of shit. Okay. It still brings up the menu, motherfucker. Okay, that's painful. So even if I put it on Shift Plus, it doesn't do both actions simultaneously. It does one action, then the other. Fuck, okay. That's a painful thing to find. Okay, so happy I'm going to change to shift alone for now. Or that's not going to work. Great. Tab? Okay, I can make it tab, yeah. Remind you to start learning Live TV in case you decide. BB, you wonder where the fuck is this game? Not sure myself, A. Also, I'm currently trying to fix my faces because they are conflicting with the universe of the game right now. Of course they are. Then I need to open up my Stream Deck settings, and I need to change this to tab for happy. What else goes and hits the same keys as some of the game shit? Comma? No, comma's fine. Slash is fine. Bracket keys need to change. Doesn't look like it's using numbers, so I think I can change Scared Face to 9. Okay, so that should work, right? Let's see, scared? Yeah, okay, that one worked. Cool. And I can change... Where's my other bracket I'm using? Right, I need to change sad. Sad now needs to change from... Wait, no, that's just bonded. No, sad is this one, right? I gotta change sad to, let's say, 8. And then change the settings in Stream Deck. What else is occupied? Numpad? Doesn't look like it, so that should be fine. Delete is... Fuck. Okay, insert and delete shit. I must have one of those done. Numpad 8. Nah. / no. Pouty. Page up, that's fine. Hired. Home. Home should be fine too. Insert is used, so I have to change insert because that's backlog right now. Make insert 7. Or I can make cringe 7, rather. Okay. Thinking, page down, yeah. Bonded end. That should be fine too. Mazed is fine as well. Then I need to fucking save this shit. Or I save again. It's been fucking a while. To the right, states. Julio. Then I need to just come back over here, press my start button. Right, a couple of these aren't going to get activated because of that shit. And now I need to change up my start button to I was not expecting this to start like this, by the way, as you can imagine. So tab, then scared needs to be 9. Sad now. Good thing I labeled a lot of this shit. Makes life a lot easier doing this. 8. Gotta press 8 outside of there. Cringe is 7. This sounds fucking... I sound like a goddamn nutter when I'm talking like this, honestly. Where's my cringe? Where the fuck is cringe? I have laugh, I have that, I have that, I have... Right. Okay, 7. Okay, my face is... Okay, there we go. Oh, my fucking shirt came off. God damn it. Hold on. Let me just... Okay, I put my shirt back on. There we go. Okay, that should be everything set up now. After fucking it up, I guess. Yes, kill the game. Okay, now we can... Okay, now that I fixed up my faces being fucked, please don't undress on stream. Not my intention to, don't worry. Anyway, okay. Okay, now this should work fine. Okay, new game. Let's go. Oh yeah, terrible accident. I know. Come on. Everyone had a bad day one day. It was a really bad day. No one had a happy day. Keep going. One day, everything really sucked. Skip with E? I'm terrified of pressing E to skip because I'm worried I'm going to skip straight past the scene I need to be at.
はい。ではいつも通り3分くらい募集をかけるんで、適当によろです。よし。来年にはもうちょっと便利なところに引っ越すか。アットちゃんにもたまには本当のことが書かれてるもんだ。チーズでいいか。
Okay, here we go. 3 months ago, he'd guessed the winnings. I already messed up. God fucking damn it. Okay. 3 months ago, he'd guessed the winners of a popularity contest a certain idol group was holding, as well as their total number of votes. That must have really paid off. Out of that, his numbers have been going up steadily. Late last month, when his streams had appeared on the top of Nico Nia's video page, he's seen a huge increase. Right now, he got above 4,500, and it's quite possible he break 5,000 by the end of the month. 5,000 active viewers is fucking crazy, by the way. Like, even for big-ass streamers, 5,000 active viewers for a stream is a lot. It was around late last year when he started to wonder about his power. There's a rumor on one of @channel's occult boards that made him to really realize what he had. The name chosen for his stream subtly reflected this. TIL. I can see the future. He took out a knife to cut the cheese. Don't worry, everyone, there's just someone knocking at your door. Not in game, in real life. Answer your door, bitch. There's a strange sound.
Huh?
He thought he just imagined when... Knock, 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 knock. He heard it again. It was coming from the door. Someone's clearly knocking on his door.
密林か?
$5,000 CCV is not crazy big streamer territory, but it's still a ton. You're seeing probably like over 200 people in chat at that point. Jungle maybe? Oh wait, no, he said that. Suspicious, he walked towards the door to answer, then checked the clock. It was 11:41 p.m. Actually normal delivery hours. Oh, Jungle, Amazon, I see.
生放送中だっつうの.
He tried to ignore it. But... the knocking continued. It was the same rhythm at the same pace. As if the visitor's goal wasn't come inside, but simply make that sound. Utani felt a bit creeped out. He decided to go to the intercom camera and see who it was, but then realized that it would be pointless. Only the auto-locking door on the first floor had a camera. The door to Utani's room on the 5th floor had an intercom, but no camera. Legally distinct Amazon. Yes. Look up Jungle, you'll find it. Amazon's probably happy that they replaced the Amazon rainforest on search results. Jungle would probably be happy that they replaced jungles on their search results. Utani gave up.
くそ。つか、用ならインターホン押せよ。
Knock, 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 knock.
酔っ払いか?
No, the knocks were too steady for that. And there was no voice yelling at him to open it up. He's seen this door a million times, but something looked different somehow. Someone didn't know was on the other side of the wall, demanding entry in the middle of the night. Somehow, this made the door seem intimidating. Utani thought he might look through the peephole to see who was outside. He was then disgusted to find himself too scared to even close to the door. Wait, the intercom didn't have a camera, but it did have a microphone. He turned towards the living room so he could use the intercom and find out what they wanted. Utani-san, it's me. Sorry to come by so suddenly. He stopped when he heard that voice. It's me. Sorry to bother you when it's this late. Utani tried to remember who the speaker was, but found he couldn't. From the tone of the voice and the words, they probably weren't a weirdo. When they said, I'm sorry, it sounded like they really meant it. Utani sighed softly with relief, and then realized he was still carrying the knife he had been using to cut the cheese. He suddenly felt stupid to feel so nervous. He laid the knife on top of the sink.
はいはい、今開けます。どちら様ですか?
Oh, he's opening the door to a stranger after hearing their voice. This will end wonderfully. Hey guys, look at this cute girlfriend he brought on stream. What do you mean they look like an abomination against mankind? It's me, don't you remember? The voice simply repeated itself. But who are you? Utani whispered to himself as he opened the door. Utani narrowed his eyebrows at the people standing there. People? Plural? Looked them up and down, then looked at their faces again. Their eyes met.
あんたら、どこのどなた?
Oh, flashing lights? Utani suddenly felt a piercing headache. Utani closed his eyes and put his right hand up to his temple. He could feel the blood pounding in his veins through his fingers. He staggered and quickly put his hand against the wall to keep from falling over. The pain was like the old days, an overdose on antidepressants, but much more intense. Uh-oh, he's been flashed by the... They're making him play Polybius, I guess. Damn. Well, it was nice knowing you, Utani. Not actually. He gritted his teeth against the pane and dug his nails into the wall that was holding him up. As he wavered the pain in his fingers to help dull the pain in his mind. Yutani-san, are you feeling okay? He heard a voice he heard many times before and felt a concerned hand on his shoulder. Sam managed to ignore the pain and opened his eyes. A worried face was peering down at him.
大丈夫。最近たまにあるんだ。
Oh, he's perfectly Jobu, guys. Don't worry. Overwork, perhaps? You've been so busy lately. You shouldn't put yourself so hard.
相変わらず心配性だな、お前は。大丈夫だよ。さあ、入ってくれ。
Come in, multiple people. Opened his mouth as wide as he could and moaned, trying to ease the pain, as he let his important guests inside. He turned his back on his guests. He told himself that it had been a long time since he see them. Or maybe not? It couldn't have been more than 2 months since they'd last met. Now, is that true, or is this bullshit? I don't know. Did they meet 2 months ago, or is that being put in his head right now? It only felt long because he'd want to see them so badly.
そうだ。せっかく来てもらったのにすまん。生放送中なんだよ。
While he was out here, he decided he would cut some cheese for himself and his guests. Oh, don't worry about us.
いや、お前ら相手にそういうわけにもいかないだろ。ん？
I wonder if this part can be heard by his mic or anything. What's wrong?
いや、なんでもない。
The blade wasn't cutting into the cheese. That's strange, he told himself, as he pushed down with more force. I remember this part now. He cut into his surface, and it made an unpleasant sound never heard before. No matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't go further. Confused, he yanked the knife back and forth like a saw, but it only cut slightly deeper. It was as if there was something hard inside the cheese. Oh, those gas station cheeses with their bones inside. Classic gas station food.
くそ、なんだよこれ。
Irritated, he slammed the handle of the knife against the cheese. But all it did was bash it in a little. He couldn't cut through it.
ふざけんなよ。
I'll help you. The guests must have heard the sound because they rushed over. They had another knife. When did they get that out? There's a trick to cutting it. Oh god. Oh god, fuck. I don't like the sound. They put the knife up against the cheese and began to move it with a practiced hand. Sounds like your work is going well. They smiled at Yutani, their voices slightly low. Man, what a considerate and helpful guests, Zag, plural, he has. Yutani realized that they were trying to keep their voices from being picked up by the string microphone and lowered his voice as well. He grinned and nodded. His guests had introduced him to a firm that handled advertising space for Polar websites, which had been giving him regular work. His reputation had quietly spread through the small web advertising industry, and soon was getting more and more offers.
流行を予想することが肝なこの仕事は転職だよ。出来レースみたいなもんだ。
Then why do these streams?
一言では言いづらいな。強いて言えば、自分がどこまでいけるか試したいみたいな感じなんだけど。
That's right. His powers are meant to be wasted on jobs that anyone could do.
誰も経験したことないから誰かに聞くってわけに
Is
い
this
か
the
ないだろ。
person?
だから自分でやれるだけやってみたいっつうか。
Or people?
ってかっこよすぎかこれは。
Or even people? I don't know if anyone's in the room right now. He might just be having a fucking episode. A rather terrible episode, but an episode nevertheless. No, that's his desk chair? That one? But it's like, it's so far away. What's he sitting on? The air? No, it's wonderful, I think. And done. After he snacked a few times, the cheese was a little funny looking. The even slices were lined up neatly on a plate.
悪いな、働かせて。
It's nothing. Go on. I'll wait until your stream is finished.
ああ、冷蔵庫の中、適当に見繕ってくれていいから。ああ、静かにな。
Oh, is this supposed to be from the perspective of the camera? Oh, yeah, no, it is. Okay, that was confusing as fuck to think about. Tiny took his cheese back to seat and saw a flood of comments reading, "He's late," and "Did he log off?" What should have been only 3 minutes had turned into more than 15. Otani put a bite of the cheese in his mouth and began to chew loudly. You?
申し訳ない。この安売りセールしていたチーズがありえないくらい硬くて。
He apologized to the camera, remember to keep up the act of being poor and starving. As he hoped, the comments started to come in. Longs in the trash. Wasn't this a plot to the movie? Nico Nia is always this right. Like this, right? Shake, shake. Report the broadcast we end soon. This made me sick. What happened? I'm worried. Stop discussing. Can't read the comments or watch it. Gonna laugh. This is why nobody likes Nico Nia. Also, do stores sell cheese like that? I've only seen like cheese wheels and stuff. I've never seen like almost bread roast style cheese. Which, yeah, totally is cheese right there. Yep, totally cheese. But you know what I mean.
どうしました?
Also, motherfucker, my face is still... God damn it. Okay, so apparently my extreme face is also... Wait, okay, hold on. Fucking 6. Go to my buttons. Go here. 6. Up again. Here. 6. 6. Okay. Okay, there we go. It's fine. He's spoken to the camera, but the comments don't make any sense. And they're coming in faster. Maybe there's a problem with the camera. He reaches right hand out towards it. In an instant, his headache was back. It's the same pain as before. No, worse. He closed his eyes and jerked forward, banging his head against the desk. The pain in his head was so bad that I didn't even feel it. He tried to hold his head to his hands, but for some reason his right hand wouldn't move. So instead he pushed his other hand up against his temple. It felt squishy. The vein was incredibly swollen and felt like rubber. And each time he felt his blood post through it, there was an unpleasant sensation in his fingers. He stamped his feet against the floor, hoping to find some small escape from the pain. I didn't even get slightly better. It was then that I realized he was crying. I felt the tears coming from his eyes. Pain was moving there now, too. Unable to bear it, he opened his eyes. Ugh. He gasped. Hosting appeared in front of him like some kind of awful magic trick.
なんだこれ?
Suddenly heard the sound of something wet dripping onto the floor. I can't read these being a tryhard, low lek. This is so creepy. Take murmur. His eyes were turned towards it. His right arm was gone at the elbow and the stump was gushing blood. There was a pool of it on the floor. The sound he heard was the new blood splattering onto it.
Huh?
Utani didn't understand what had happened to him. What was going on? Just gonna check on the knock on the door. The pain screamed within him. Any sense of pain what remained of his right arm was overcome by the pain in his head. He felt nothing from his arm at all, though. He saw the blood dripping to the floor. What the hell was going on? He blinked and forced his achy eyes to function as he looked around the room. On top of his desk, he found the rest of his arm. It was sitting on a plate. At first, it looked like it was still in piece, but it wasn't. It was neatly sliced into uniform pieces. Each piece was about a centimeter wide, and the slices moved neatly towards his fingers. He sat upon the plate in roughly his arm's original shape. Miraculously, he saw there was no blood on the tip of his index finger. He still didn't understand what that was really his own arm. The sheer disgust of what he saw caused him to leap out of his chair. What was this? What kind of prank was this? He haunted his stomach, flooding into his mouth. He vomited. Pink fluid splashed against the desk. He saw something solid in the middle of it. It was a thumb. It was covered in bite marks, saliva, and stomach acid, but horribly he remembered it. What? When had he put that into his mouth? In his pain-filled mind, he suddenly heard a sound he never heard before. Jesus Christ, that's loud! Each time he heard the sound, the pain in his head got worse. He turned towards the camera, hoping for an answer to what was happening. Of course, there was none to be found. The screen was filled with comments. His eyes were too filled with tears for him to read them. Yeah, I don't think your tears are supposed to be blood covered and also coming out of your nose. Yeah, there might be a couple problems right now. As the whole world turned red, Utani didn't even realize that his lips were turning purple. His lips turned purple from lack of oxygen, but were stained red with blood from a severed thumb, which he had chewed himself. As he tried to fight the pain, he began to fall unconscious and tears from his eyes. The tears seemed pink to him. Utani was weeping blood. He died, still facing the camera. His guests watched the chain of events unfold. They silently headed for the door. Just before they left the room. Goodbye, they said, if nothing was at all wrong, and shut the door. So we got mind fuckery. Got it. Mind control? Mind super fucks? Okay, okay. December 19th, 2015, Friday night. Takayanagi Momone had finished her concert. Like always, she stayed behind to help put away their instruments. She didn't help clean up the audience seats, even though that was the concert hall's job. Anyway, someone's eaten their arm. Is she gonna eat like her fucking eye now or something? Are we gonna have people eat their body parts? Is that the game now? Cannibalism the game? Only after all that was done could she take a break. There wasn't much time left before her solo street concert, but she still had to help anyway. She'd always been like that. Even if it wasn't her responsibility, she couldn't help but get involved. It was like in middle school, when one of her friends who wasn't as good at studying asked her for test notes. Or in high school, when a girl she knew asked her how to make Valentine's chocolate for a boy she really liked. She stayed up so many nights that her own test grades were worse than her friends, and she didn't have anyone to give chocolates to on Valentine's Day. In the end, it was the other person's responsibility, not hers, but... I'm not so sure. You might be a good person, you might just be a wuss. It really depends on how things go forward for you. Takayanagi Momoni was, at heart, scared of not doing everything she could, even if everything was her responsibility. If you had a nickel for every cannibalism game I played on stream, you have 2 nickels. Weird that happened twice. The concert day was another big success. Sure, it was only a tiny room that could only fit in 150 people or so. Standing room only, but tickets were 3,000 yen, high for a band with an amateur vocalist like her, and they still sold out instantly. This bar how excited the crowd was. Jared sobs during the ballad, and during one of the high-tempo songs, the audience stood up all the way to the back row.
ありえない。
She fell to chill and hugged herself tightly. It's not that her band wasn't popular. They started out in the Nico Nia Sang It category, and kept going by doing covers of popular anime songs. It helped that her face, which earned her the nickname Scarecrow in school, would look really good when she wore makeup. And if all of them put on ridiculous costumes acting like idiots, some people would enjoy that. Videos of their concerts and performances put a decent number of views online. But Takayanagi noticed. The vast majority of people who look at the videos are people who come to her concerts. People who would experience that insane intensity were going back to the videos to try and feel it again. If you had a nickel for every time I played a game that ends up with someone dying in the locker room, you'd have 20 cents stuck. So, but you want to add this skill game. Hi, Kyle. I'm doing fine. I had to fix my faces up because this game doesn't like how I normally make faces. The ticket prices and audience size is one thing, but the strangest thing to her were their eyes. Their eyes pierced right through her, unblinking. They were like pets, totally dependent on their master. The meaning of the lyrics began to take over their lives, and never even questioned it. You actually have the day off playing Pragmata? Ooh, I hope you enjoy that. When she first realized that this was happening, she tried to quit the band. Even if she couldn't, she at least wanted to stop doing the live shows where people heard her directly. The others weren't letting that happen. Your voice is amazing, they would tell her. They forced her to keep singing, even as the concerts began to terrify her. Takayanagi tried to get out, but in the end, she kept going. She owed her fellow bandmates for getting a plain, dull girl like her into music. And for a while, part of her managed to have fun. But in the end, Takayanagi lacked a little bit of courage to break out of the cycle. She forced herself to get up and head towards the street concert, which she really didn't want to do. You're at least getting some security or something, right? Because if you're that worried about the fans doing something, you probably should have some security. Phone ringing. She received an email. You can already tell it's going to raise a controller versus keyboard endless debate when you play it through. Oh, lovely. She read it slowly. She almost dropped her smartphone. She read it again and again, trying to control her shaking hands. It was nothing special, just a simple message about one of the songs she made. Good song, keep it up. Good song, keep it up. Oh, it's this person again. So how's this one going? A guy cut off his own arm and started eating it. And now a girl seems like she might be having a mental breakdown too after a good friend for both of them is getting in contact. So, you know, bad things happening. Takayanagi tried to stop the tears but couldn't. The band would get too many messages like this to count, especially after concerts. She knew it was rude, but to be honest, she was sick of them. This email address wasn't for her band. It was one for a site where she had been anonymously uploading original songs. In other words, whoever sent the message had come to her concerts. Never heard her voice live or felt its strange power. But they still said they liked her song. Wiping away tears that wouldn't stop, she quickly wrote a response. That makes me really happy. Thank you. After she sent it, she still kept crying for a while. How many drugs must one be on to cut off and eat their own arm? Well, the guy did start bleeding from his eyes and nose, so, all of them? She hadn't cried this much in the earthquake. And then she stood up. Took her costume for the day's concert out of her bag, followed them up, and threw them in the trash. It was a white caped outfit worn by some angel characters from anime. Some of her fans really loved it, but she didn't care about it at all. Took a wet towel off a nearby table and finally wiped away her makeup. She's never wearing another cape or putting on makeup to look like an anime character again. Never, she said aloud. She realized she was more excited than she'd ever been before. Then she realized what she wanted to do. Uh-oh. What happened if she said she was going to quit the band? College trouble for a lot of people, definitely. The band was scheduled to play in the Restoration Festival. But even so, never want to sing at another concert. She laughed and kissed her smartphone. Point of view at the end of the average anime convention. Your Honor, I plead insanity, Gallowbane. Granted, your punishment is Darwinism. Look, the man had a friend who entered his door, he got a headache, and then he thought, yeah, man, maybe I should cut off my arm. Fine, it's all fine. Dandy and fines. She couldn't wait to get home and start fiddling with her music. Over the web, she could really share her music with others. As long as they weren't hearing her voice live, it would be fine. She just played a recording of a speaker, for example. That's right. She leaves. My god, this word. She'd leave Shibuya, and when she had a few more songs, she'd record them and play them at street concerts. That speaker was small enough that she could fit under her clothes to fool people. It'd be rude to do the same song every time, so she re-recorded at home. Oh shit, this knocking happened to the guy who cut off his arm. Where's this going? There's a knock at the door. One of the staffers, maybe? She smiled and answered them. Now that she'd thrown away her clothes, her bag was lighter than I'd ever imagined it could be. The nice made her think about the future. She was happy. Knock, 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 knock. Shibuya. I know how to say it, Kyle. I just keep tripping up on it, and I can't, and it's fucking bothering me. Takayanagi happily danced towards the door, completely ignoring what was on the other side. The edge of a cliff, a train, a car, death. September 19th, 2015, Friday night. Shortly after she finished, she was walking through Shibuya. She had a limp, dragged one leg behind her as if it was injured. Her bangs were naturally long. Most of her face were covered by them. She wore a dark-colored dress that seemed to melt into the night, and above it, a bright red cardigan. Her chest, arms, and legs were almost completely covered. Despite the fact that the night was so warm, she wore gloves, as if it were a sin to show any skin at all. She ran into a couple coming out of a hotel and staggered slightly. But she didn't even look at the people she ran into. She looked down and disappeared in the streets of Shibuya. What was that? Death incarnate. Doom, the sign of the end times. Bad shit, as I believe is colloquially known. Chapter 1, Digital Native. The Right Sider chases the cases. Let's say, for example... right. Now we're here. Time to go with the douchebag time. This game feels like a fever dream. So far, so much it is, yep. You guys to get in middle school. Do you know what Schrodinger's cat is? Most would say yes, or I've heard of it. Start by limiting the DQNs who say they never heard of it. What the fuck is a DQN? Next you ask, well, what was that? Well, what was it? Tips list? Oh, God. Oh, God. What the fuck am I looking at here? Holy shit. Holy shit. LOL. Okay. What the fuck does DNS mean? First we line those poor fools to say, it's something like a cat in a box, right? Or there's this cat, but you don't know if it's alive or dead, right? Internet lingo for people who touch grass. Okay. Or maybe they say there's a cat in the box, next to it there's a device that may or may not give up poison gas. No, the cat's alive or dead till you open the box. Everybody knows that. You know, like these show-offs as well. Enemy from these groups is a wrong-sider. DQN, Dokun? Japanese way of calling someone a moron, idiot. Okay, and I see this man is immediately banned. Fuck. You gave the most common answer? You're a wrong-sider. Okay, man. Jesus Christ. The right answer would be to describe the experiment, then say, was the thought experiment proposed by Schrödinger to criticize the quantum mechanical theory that state collapses only occurs after human observation. These show-offs. Yes, the show-offs are the one who are describing the theory without adding on to the idea, without adding on to the fact that Schrödinger made it to try and criticize something, and then became a prime example of that thing because it actually wasn't wrong. Like Takaru Cook. No, I'm gonna fucking burn this man. But early anyone can do that. Imagine that I'm the only guy who's still in high school who knows that Schrödinger got the day after exchanging letters with Einstein. Great. How are you not a show-off? I hate wrong-siders. I hate you. Take a break from investigating the two incidents that occurred recently in Shibuya, and was paging through some @channel blog aggregators for a change of pace. As always, articles about bad eyes and corporations with terrible word grammars were getting tons of hits. It's hard to believe that the crash of 15, a huge news story that just happened this month, was already off the front pages. The people reading and commenting on other sites realized that everything they read about corporations and idols was carefully controlled. It's the second time we share the POV of a pretentious shut-in. I hate him already. Okay, hold on. Do we have a definition of wrong-sider? Someone on the wrong side of the digital information divide. Which is the term to refer to those who, for various reasons, found it difficult to make use of the information and communication technologies such as the internet. However, in recent years, it also come to refer to people who can't properly use the information they do have, or are simply ignorant. The term is often used on internet message boards and other places online in order to show people who have poor, misguided reasoning, or using information that is considered outdated. Miyashiro used this term in the later sense of the word, not its original meaning. Oh, cool. He's unironically the type of guy who would say you don't have fucking what? Oh god, what's that stupid shit people say? No, not reading comprehension. What the fuck was it? It was pretentious as fuck. I've forgotten for some reason. Do they know that most of the big aggregator sites are corporations too? Do they realize that the comments are all manipulated to go in one direction or another? It's our age where we're living in a world where all information you could ever want was right at your fingertips. To those of us in the Satori generation, ignorance was the worst sin. Okay, what the fuck do you mean by that? A phrase used on the internet in Japan in the 2010s. Although the back battery is often used to refer to people born in the 1990s, members of the generation are said to not want things they don't need, act far more logically, avoid putting forth any unnecessary effort. Hence the descriptor Satori sounds like lazy fucks. One causes us to believe that the internet was widely available by the time they were old enough to use it, which exposed them to information about society and the reality of the world at a far earlier point, and far more intricate level than the generations before them. Yeah, okay, describing yourself as enlightened is usually means that you're not fucking enlightened. You know, he gives a... Dude, I don't mind if the character gives off a bad impression. I can already tell I'm gonna hate him for a while. Which, you know what that means? I can say he's an idiot. This is gonna be great. As long as in the case, Zag, that everyone is like him, this will be fine. The ignorant were self-righteous, easily manipulated, and eager to push their paper-thin worldview onto others. Yeah, okay, you're talking about yourself, dude. You're nothing but a nuisance, yes. The worst of the lot were the so-called otaku. They couldn't stand otaku, they were wrong-siders. Reversible poster is strange to me. Why would you want to Yeah, I guess reversible posters can be cool, but like, if I get a poster, I want to put it up in a frame, so reversible is a little bit annoying, I'll be honest. Strike Razor refuses to pin up. Hyper Period Neptunia. Huh. A certain scientific space gun. To Ravru Darkness. Rose und Pantsu. Kono Monogatari. I don't know what Kono means. I do recognize Monogatari. A4 instead of A2. Or whatever it is. Okay. Take the picture on the cover of this magazine. It was from Bloodtune. Any otaku just watching for a cute character was a loser. Okay. Judging people's reason for watching, you deserve... This man is deserving nothing very quickly. Oh, no, I saw Bloodtune at the top. Bloodtune, the animation, was already manga, but received an anime edition soon after its release. There are 26 episodes in total. There's no point in watching the show if you're willing to ignore its deeper themes. I couldn't stand people who just held to the old-fashioned idea that only otaku watch anime. People who ignore a show's themes and just watch for the cuteness were even worse. They were ignoring the implicit social criticism hidden so fucking pretentious. Jesus Christ. I stared at the magazine in amazement. Literally, I stared at the box that listed next episode previews. Text said that Aaron was missing. Damn it, I let my guard down because I knew this episode was written by the guy who wrote the original manga. The original author doesn't know anything about his own work. That can be... Okay, sometimes, very rarely, you do end up learning that... Yeah, I got to the part that I hated. This motherfucker is a piece of shit. Or rather, he's the kind of person I'd want to punch in the face the most. How can you remove Aaron from the story halfway through? How can you around and bring all the internal drama that had been built up so far to a halt? God damn it. This one's my change of pace. I knew I had work to do on the case, but I put it away because I couldn't find any link between the two crimes. I thought for a moment, then took my magazine from his secret stash. No, of course I don't remember my own streams. Are you fucking kidding me? You've seen me stream. You know I wouldn't remember what I said last week. There's an issue of a magazine called Cool Cat Press. People call it a dating guide for normies written by someone who never dated a girl in his life, but you'd be surprised. Me, who has never dated anyone in their life, believes this is a perfect guide for dating people. Is that what we're gonna get? Stupid. I knew it was stupid. But... I ran an internet search for the #1 phrase, nothing came up. That was the thing. The fact that it didn't show up on the internet meant, to me, it was worth something. I'm curious as fuck how old this guy is. Because my immediate thought is, if I make a theory about how the Earth is made of fucking magnesium sulfite and we're all a part of the collective consciousness mind of fucking a little boy named Tim, you won't find that shit on the internet. That doesn't make it fucking worth shit, though. Oh god, someone heard him talk. I turned to yell at that voice. I had my favorite magazine behind my back and tried to calm my racing heart. Even knowing each other since we were kids, don't just come in without permission. Girl, back away from the face. I can see your anime nose. It's very disturbing. I couldn't let her find out. This was bad. Serika frowned. Huh, that's right. Serika took a USB memory stick out of her purse. Serika looked a little confused. She didn't seem to think much of it as she started to copy the data off. Okay, now's my chance. The RV was cramped. There were a lot of space for storage. I ran to make tea as I tried to find room on the top shelf. Okay, there's just enough room for one more magazine. How many fucking magazines do you got, my dude? And then I heard a psh psh sound, like a small fart from behind me. That sounded like a fucking salt shaker. What? I glanced back and saw Serika was using the mouse with one hand and fiddling with her Garo Froggy Garoro strap with the other. This was my chance. The Garo Froggy Garoro strap was a soft vinyl cell phone strap. I'd won in a candy contest when I was a kid. When you pushed down its belly, it was supposed to go Garoro, Garo. Turned out to be an incredibly rare prize I could fetch 100,000 yen at an auction. Since I was a kid who didn't know any better, I gave it to Serika as a present. Serika seemed to really like it and she carried it with her ever since. Which, well, that was fine, but it was old and faded, and when you pressed its belly, air leaked out of its side and made a weird noise. It used to go, Garo, Garo. I think now it just made a strange whooshing sound. Ever since she was a kid, she had a habit of fiddling with it, especially when she was nervous or focused on something. In other words, she was focused on the computer. Now's my chance to hide it. I jammed the magazine onto the shelf and moved some things so she couldn't see it. You really think this is gonna work, man? Now, is that just replacing Mountain Dew? Or is that water? Because Mountain Dew sounds like a water brand or something. There are quite a few files on the screen. The lady saying Mountain Dew? Maybe it's a tea flavor? The name's vague enough that I'm not sure if it's supposed to be Mountain Dew or it's supposed to be something else.
新しい発見はなかったよ。タクは新しい共通点見つかった？
いや。
I shook my head, frustrated.
そっか。まあ気長に行こう。じゃあ明日部室で。
Just as we were about to leave, I got an idea.
あ、尾上。
I need to double check my information. She was, in theory, a girl. Okay.
あのさ、例えばなんだけど。ああ、なんていうか、お前が告白されたとしてさ。
All Science Adventure series protagonists have at least one legally distinct soda. Damn, so they own a soda brand? That must make them all really rich. Just hypothetically, if we pretend you're a girl, like you are technically a girl, like I'm saying you're technically a girl, and someone asks you out, what would happen then? Will you punch me in the face because I called you technically a girl, and that's probably the most offensive thing you can say to, well, many people?
さっき言ってたやつ？
それはいいから。どう？
Take a thought for a second. Negative, positive, neggy, posi.
Eh?
Huh? Select positive or negative using ZC keys. Fuck you, Takeru, suffer.
丁寧語だから。
Not sure you kind of think of it. Why is it so polite anyway? I vaguely recall that they have different tones.
いや、そうじゃなくて、どう？
どうって丁寧だなって思うけど、告白されたことないからよくわかんない。
他には何か思わないか？こう素敵だなと思ったりしないか？
別に相手によるんじゃない？
It's mainly your flavor this run? Yeah, different tones. Yeah, that's one to phrase it, I guess. Will you have a psychotic or a manic episode? Which one shall you have? You choose pick nothing and actually do that. I want to have him suffer. What's going on here, cool cat? Would depend on the person asking the question. Of course it would. Trigger on! Wow. Wait a second, Sarah just said it would depend on the person. Sarah and I have known each other for a long time. We've been friends since we were little, and we spend a lot of time with each other. Which means, there's a good chance she likes me. Considering what you've been like, I have a hard time believing most people would like you. In other words, if I went for it, could I at least get a kiss? That's right, Cool Cat Press said the same thing. In the October 10th, 1999 edition, it was special titled How to Science a Woman by Kissing Her. Ah, I see. My favorite magazine advice. How to sexually assault a person. Wonderful. What the fuck? This fall, women are waiting for your kiss. Share an unbalanced kiss and fall in love. Jesus Christ, it really is like that. Okay. Whoever takes to trick her into kissing you. He who dares wins. Jesus Christ, I was joking. What the fuck? Whoever takes to trick her into kissing you. No.
尾上、ちょっとだけ ちょっとだけいいか。
何が？
I grabbed Yuserica and forced her down on the bed. Ah, I see. This is going much worse. Shit. Remember, kids, don't read anything, or be on the internet, or exist. You will do much wrong.
ちょっとだけだから。本当にちょっとだけだから。
He who dares wins. He who dares goes to jail. They say kisses are magic. Jesus fucking Christ. If I kiss Erica, maybe she'll fall in love with me. Jesus double Christ. Or take advice from dubious magazines. Overall, I believe it's best if we just stop consuming every piece of media, it seems. Or talking to people. You know, just those are very bad things. I wasn't sure I wanted Erica to fall in love with me, but I really felt like I was just grabbing the first girl that was available, but great job, dude. You know, you're not my first pick, but actually, I'll take it anyway. Great. Lines. Where you fucking get these lines from, my man? Holy shit. I really wanted to kiss someone, it didn't matter who. It's a fucking teddy bear then, you dumb shit. I felt a strong shock along my left cheek. My head shook. I was seeing stars.
キモい。
Absolutely true. Her words sounded like daggers into my heart. All the excitement I felt was washed away in an instant. Good.
Yeah, I don't. Oh no, email.
最低。本気で引いた。キモすぎ。
Yep, absolutely true.
何？私がいつもタクと一緒にいてあげてるからキスぐらい許してくれると思った？
Absolutely the correct thing to say.
許すわけねえだろ。
You guess it's better that this doesn't get any more excited? That's something. No, kick him harder, it's fine.
何勘違いしてんの？超キモい。死ね。今すぐここで死ね。そのグロい下髪切って死ね。
I wish this part about telling him to kill himself was real.
タク？なんでそんな顔真っ赤にしてプルプル震えてるの？
いや。
Because he had the correct reaction of imagining a girl kicking his ass for being a fucking creep. Rushing into the bed was basically a crime. Yeah, bad idea. Not like your average teenager, only thinks about... I'm not like your average teenager, only thinks about the opposite sex. You're right, you're worse. You think about the opposite sex, and then you also think about being a douche. Everything's bad, go away. And my simulation with Serica went that badly. Trying it with any other girl was going... Sure, end it with me in handcuffs.
それよりタク、500円ちょうだい。
I'll give her money? Sure. You deserve it for the situation you wrote in your own head. For what? Hush money? Wait. That was just a simulation.
500円って何の話？
これ忘れてた。
Show me a paper bag she was holding.
さっきそこでゲンさんに会ったの。タクにいつものだって言って渡してくれって。 特価で500円でいいって立て替えたの。
いつもの
Confused, I took the bag from her. Gensan's usual changed every time I talked to him, so I couldn't count on it. What was it today? That drunk old bastard! What the fuck he give you? Porn mags?
いつものって。
なんでもない。ほら、500円。
200% it was porn mags. And he forced 500 yen into her hands. You aren't pressing questions. I led her through the door.
明日、学校で。データはありがとう。助かった。
わかったよ。
Reluctantly, she left my room. Book. Damn it. Sure, this was what I always bought from Gensan. And Rachel's last one was no good. The heck was a cool cat anyway. Nope, it really is. Okay, it's more dating advice books. Great. Go fucking dump them in the garbage can where they belong. The code cat. Is it code because it's dead? Laundry ways to secretly show your sexy side.
じゃない。
Yeah, no indeed. I need to hide this too. I had so many of them now, he's running out of room on the top shelf. Jesus Christ, man. If it's not working, throw them the fuck out. Or incinerate them. Use them as fire. Fuel for a fire. Kindling. Anything. Don't keep shitty mags in your goddamn apartment? Trailer? I don't know if we're in an apartment or a trailer. You fucking dumbass. When I tried to force it in, a mountain of papers came falling out. Damn it, no room, huh? What's this? There's an old scrapbook about the murders that occurred 6 years ago in Shibuya. Hasn't he said RV multiple times now? Yeah, he has, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know what this world looks like, so maybe it's a fucking RV. Okay, two things. One, I don't know if it's RV in the sense we know, because it's a different world. And two, motherfucker is using words incorrectly already. I don't trust him to be using the word RV correctly. Do you? I bought it from Gensan too, when I think about it. Remember, time sleeps. I already scanned it, but I've forgotten how to throw it out the original. How could I, of all people, be so lax with information? I just had it bundled up with the rest of my collection. What words did he use incorrectly? So far, he's used the words... he's called people dokun for giving normal ideas of how to speak about theoretical physics. He's been given... he's called people wrong-siders for fucking wanting to watch anime because they find the characters cute. So generally speaking, he will call people things and call things that do not make sense. Therefore, stupid man. My eyes lingered on the page on the second page. Oh, you circle it. Oh, for fuck's sake, brain. I quickly ran over to my PC. I opened the files in the case I've been looking at. He's not used them incorrectly, just improperly. I still want to throw a shoe at him. I opened the files in the case I've been looking for.
マジか。
My words were a whisper. I looked back at the scrapbook and compared to the data on the PC. Oh my god. Fuck you, brains and sleeps and blah blah blah. There's no doubt about it. I kept looking at it and I kept saying the same thing. But my hypothesis was right. You know, I ended up waking up way too early today because my fucking insulin wasn't going inside my body. So I woke up like over an hour earlier than I meant to. So yes, I am slightly more tired. That fucking sucks arse. Oh boy. Oh, I can actually scroll. Okay. Society. Strange sumo stickers increase in Shibuya. Milk or reproduction prohibited. What the fuck? Lately, stickers with the face of a... Yeah, the opposite happened. You slept too late. Yeesh. Lately, stickers with the face of sumo restaurant them have been appearing around Shibuya. Not known as sumo stickers. Nobody knows who's putting them up or why. Everything about them is shrouded in mystery. You started seeing them as on signs and guardrails over Shibuya 5 or 6 years ago. A lot of stickers put up by a graffiti artist, but Shibuya's trailer has an large number of these sumo stickers. Some speculate they're a message from a terrorist group or perhaps a coach. Why? But as of now, they're nothing more than a hypothesis. When asked about the stickers, a 41-year-old man who worked at a Jinnan Shibuya hair salon said, "They're creepy. I wish whoever it was would stop destroying our Shibuya landscape." Sometimes residents would take them down only see them reappear later. City Hall says, quote, "We are continuing our community outreach efforts to help stop those stickers from being put up. But also, there are no plans to use city funds to remove the stickers." Police have said that placing stickers on public property is a misdemeanor that's extremely difficult to prosecute without catching someone in the act of doing so. They have no current plans of doing the stickers either. The citizens are going to be stuck with these stickers for a while, it seems. No, the links don't work. Damn. I'm disappointed that I can't check the links. Wait, the fucker has... Hold on. For manager, a photo store element, after action, Rhine, iTunes, Hachibase, Internet Escape, Recycle Bin. Wow, you didn't change that. Computer. Can I move this? No. This isn't interactive, which would have been really cool. When I first saw one 2 years ago, I've been seeing them everywhere. Feels like they're even more lately. Saw another one today. I wish I could zoom in on this. WTF low. There's one on the escalator, or the Hikari wo at the Hikari wo. How did they get one down there? There's one a few years back. Wonder if it's still there. I saw that one too. Crazy. There's more. I always felt sick when I see that face. I once threw up when I saw one of the stickers. Shit sucks. Whoever thumbs up needs to FOAD. I heard if you scribble on top when the sumo wrestlers curse you. I know it's no so long as possible to get the damn things off. Saw the first one today. Saw my first one. Stop upping these Stop upping these things, Anon. There's a shit ton of them you image search. Actually, you saw one of these stickers talking once. It was yelling, "Dosukoi!" Time for your meds, Grandpa. Somebody make a Deluode map that lists all their locations. It'd be out for years. So if you go to Shibuya, you get stare raped by sumo wrestlers, right? I don't understand the sluts that go to Shibuya to enjoy that. Someone just understood the situation entirely. Okay. You just put on a bunch of cute anime girl stickers instead, like Hanona or Sierra-tan. Oh, the Taco Dorks were moved from Akihabara to Shibuya. I vote for Kamiyama Hangetsu. I feel pressure coming from Ryo Goku. This is my promise to you. Someday we'll see a sumo judge sticker. True that. Oh no, wrong button. No, I just clicked.
力士シールはごく一部で話題になっているくらいのものでしかなかった。一体誰が予想できる？こんな気味の悪いシールが後に世界を揺るがす大事件のきっかけになるだなんてこと。
Sumo stickers mark the world-changing events? Eh?
で、これが今月の7日に起きた事件の週刊誌の特集の画像。
7日ってニコニア生放送中の公開自殺か。 読んだよその記事。
Ah, the suicide. You know, at some point you have to ask, like, okay, if that stream was viewed and it's been investigated by police, my immediate thought, if I was an officer, is like, man, he cut off his own hand. Why would he do that? My second thought, why the fuck is he bleeding from his eyes and ears? What the fuck? What did he take any drugs? Were there any drugs in the system? No. What? And why the fuck is he bleeding from his eyes and ears then? I don't, like, my immediate thought process, if that part of his body was real, like because, like, yeah, his arm got removed, you saw him eat it, and then he had a freak out. He might be like, I guess he might have had a psychotic episode. And you would definitely think that after seeing the bleeding eyes and ears, or bleeding eyes and nose, rather. But if the drug report afterwards comes back with negative, then you got a lot of questions about why the fuck was he bleeding like that from parts of his body that he shouldn't have been bleeding from. Like, sure, he removed his arm, but removing your arm doesn't mean you're gonna start crying blood, I'm quite sure.
自殺と決まったわけじゃないけどな。それにネットではこっちみんなって言い方が主流になってきてる。で、これが
You at least like how our guys break stereotypes. He looks a lot more cool boy high schooler than you expect him to look from what we got so far. Yes, he seems like he manages to hide his true loser status behind looking average enough, and not like someone who breathes fucking dirt. Sorry, I'm being very judgmental, and I'll keep being very judgmental until his opinions become better.
それも見た。つうか一緒に見ただろ
う。で、これがその現場の建物。尾上が昨日さらに追加してきた。
それも知ってるって。
で、これがその部屋の中。
How the fuck did she get pictures of the inside of his room?
は？嘘！お前撮ったの？いつ？てかどうやって？
Now it sounds like he shits on midwits. His opinions are perfect. We don't need to fix him. He's a fucking midwit himself. No, stop. Or he's a midwit who thinks he's a highwit. He doesn't deserve to be looked at in any good light. Until then, Itoi had been disinterestedly pointing his camera at the colorful decoration in the hallway, but this got his attention. Of course it did. No one else had seen those pictures yet.
先週末な。現場向かいのカラオケボックスの5階の部屋から見えるんだよ。
Okay, so you didn't go into the room yourself. You took pictures from across. Okay.
マジで？
この5階から。
You always count on him to be interested when it came to new information.
で、何？お前一人で入ったのか？いやいや、カラオケボックスに。人から？
He was doing an investigation, so yeah.
仕方ないだろ。別に恥ずかしいことじゃない。それに歌ったわけじゃないから、正確には人からとは言わない。
I get the feeling your friend might just be trying to rile you up, dude. Come on. To be honest, I was a little embarrassed. The guy at the counter, who was probably just a part-timer, had stared at me suspiciously. Maybe attracted his attention by coming during the middle of the day in my uniform. Since I'd never been there before, he made me fill out membership paperwork. I didn't know how to do it, so it took a long time. And actually, I'd never been to a karaoke place before in my life.
よし、ここは OK。次行こうぜ。
めんどくさいな。
went over the gym from the second floor hallway. We stood with the students laughing over who knows what. The school was getting ready for the culture festival next week. This year's festival was supposed to be a big one. Hekiho? Ikio? Ikkyo Academy was the first private high school built as part of the restoration efforts, and so it was attracting a lot of attention. One reason why everyone was so excited for the school fair was the school's lax rules, with lots of clubs and activities. The biggest reason was the Shibuya Peace and Restoration Festival 2 months from now. 2 months from now, on November 6th, would mark 6 years since the Shibuya earthquake. The 5-year anniversary fair last year affected the whole town. And since the school was in Shibuya too, it would include us. We were a simple high school. We were just a simple high school, but now our cultural festival was being treated as a prelude to the big one. And supposedly there would be TV cameras filming the day of the event.
うわ、あのパチモンの着ぐるみ大丈夫かよ。つかなんで今来てんだ？
Look, don't worry. If the costumes are Toho based, it'll all be fine as soon as it's cool like that. If it's anything else based, it might get murdered. Itoi turned his camera towards a group of people pretending to be pro wrestlers. Itoi and I were in the newspaper club, and it was our job to record the festivities. Principal had ordered that all clubs were participating in the cultural festival, and recording the festivities was our way of getting by without having to do much work. Yeah, I was thinking about Umineko when I said that, indeed. Recording videos and taking photos was my hobby. More than anything, it seemed like the way they would demand I burn the fewest calories. Couldn't see myself participating in the usual festival nonsense, like the baseball team's fried baseball ice cream stand, which was probably just regular fried ice cream in a ball. That sounds tasty. Actually, I've had fried ice cream before. I've had fried ice cream very few times, but damn, is that shit tasty. Really, really tasty. I love it so fucking much, man. Or the Pro Wrestling Research Club's Mascot Pro Wrestling, or even the Seance, the Mystery Club, and Fortune Telling Club were putting on together. Man, now I want fried ice cream, but I have no idea where I'm gonna get it around where I live.
ひげを引っ張んなってもげる。
はあ、これ触覚じゃないの？
どう思うよ。触覚だとしたら。
You say it sounds cursed just by the sound of it? It is. I don't even know how to describe it, but it's actually really tasty, Clips, to be honest. It doesn't seem like it would be that tasty, but it really is that tasty.
Eh? 何？私、そのくだらない質問に答えなきゃダメ？
くそ、リア充め。ただれろ、死んでしまえ。
おい、リア充をバカにするなよ。僕だってリア充だ。
Takeru, you're a fucking dumbass. Don't call yourself a normie, you stupid motherfucker. That's such a blatant lie. Yeah, Ito, you're right. That's the correct reaction here. He dropped it. The thing's expensive. Yeah, and your idiocy is quite amazing.
裏切ったのか、レベル下がったか、いつ彼女なんて作りやがった。
あ？できてないよ。彼女なんて。それよりカメラ。
何
Shit, that is an expensive looking camera. I slipped out of Itoi's grasp and picked up the camera. Looks like it's safe. Good. I relaxed and handed the camera back to Itoi.
まったく、しっかりしろよ。 僕らはあいつらと違って状況だろ。一石舞踏か。
How does anyone say this without imploding from cringe? It's like, they're wrong-siders, we're right-siders. It's like, my man, this is like a fucking... That's just shit. That's a language a goddamn cultist uses, or a conspiracy theorist uses. I can just pronounce it Ito? Okay. But it's like, oh, we're on the right side of history. The true side of history. What's the fucking... Yukub will be here, you guys. Trust us. We're the right ones. They don't know what they're talking about. Pray to Yukub or some bullshit. It's like, motherfucker, shut the fuck up. Saying right-siders and wrong-siders makes you sound like some of the stupidest people in the world. Maybe they're in fucking anime high school, asked and fucking answered. I can still be disappointed.
Ika. リア充ってのは2005年あたりから使われ出した言葉で、リアル、つまり現実が充実している連中の総称だ。最初は対義語としてネト銃が挙げられることが多かったけど、その境目はもうほとんどない。リアルの中にネットが組み込まれてるのが当たり前になったからな。当初は友達がいるだけでリア充と呼ばれていたけど、次第に恋人がいることがリア充の条件になっていった。
Look up Yukub if you want to go down a rabbit hole of insanity. It's quite something. Oh, you do know it. Okay, cool.
つまりやりたいことができているかどうかで判断されるんだ。そういう意味で僕はリア充だ。
Okay, who else shares that definition with you, Takaru? Anyone? Is that a definition only you've used? Because it sounds like a definition you just came up with on the spot. Seriously, you need to be careful. Just being a wrong-sider by itself is a sin these days. Ito, I love you, man, already, because you're looking at our protagonist and being like, what the fuck are you saying, you dumb shit? After finishing my lecture, I saw that Ito was staring at me wordlessly. What, do you not understand it? I appreciate Ito more than I appreciate our protagonist right now. I walked him through the entire etymology.
なんだよ。お前はリア充じゃないよ。言葉は正しく使おうな。
Oh, what? What? My face! No! What?
たく、しっかりしろよ。僕らはあいつらと違って
Wait, why did...
状況だろ。
Huh?
一石舞踏か。
What do you mean fucking comma is... Okay, another thing I gotta fix. Apparently laughter is not allowed. What do you mean comma makes it go like that? Fuck you mean comma? Eh? Oh fucking shit. Huh? Okay, that was weird. I don't... Fuck's sake, game. Not normally, let's use words correctly, huh? Why? Normally don't talk like that. What? Why? And you know, I got equations are women. Of course, men too. Okay, there we go. I fucking skipped. Can I smile? Okay, good, I can smile. What? The controls don't lay out comma as a cause for concern. Fuck you, game. It's not in your control. I can look at that now. Yeah, here we are. Fuck you, comma. You don't have comma as being connected to anything. You fucking douche. Fuck you. Skip mode is supposed to be E. Who uses a comma? Nobody would actually press that. Why is there more controls than what's listed here? Ah, yes, skip is E. Also comma. Fuck you. Go to hell.
理由はさらに付け加えるならな。
I clearly saw my words.
ファッションの勉強だってしているんだ。
Change page? I didn't. Wait, really? Hold on a second. No, wait, that's for joy. That's for a fucking joypad. No, this is for a controller. That doesn't count. What the fuck? What the fuck indeed? Also, these keys for a controller. I don't, okay, fine. I read the new issue of Cool Cat before I put away. There's an article called Utsunomiya's Fashion Leader. I thought it looked pretty good. Oh god, he looks... if I could wear that stuff, I'm sure... Oh my god, you... Dude, you look like a fucking molester. What the fuck? When you smile like that, don't.
なんだよ。
なんでもない。とにかく僕はな。
ああ、わかったって。次行こうぜ。
As he walked away, I turned my eyes towards a group of mascot pro wrestlers.
わかった。じゃあもう全員で同じ着ぐるみにしようぜ。
ああ、戦隊もの風だ。色分けしようよ。私イエロー。
その方が受け取れるか。でも予算は
Dude, from what I understand about Super Sentai, you could legitimately just, like, from what I understand, you could all fucking go and get just, like, I don't know, you get fucking biker gear that's different colored, and that'd be something like some of the Super Sentai series does. It's just like, fuck you, what's our common theme? We're bike outfits. Okay, there we go. Never mind, that face he put on his badge and stop looking like a cool boy anime high school, more like I'm at Comic Con, but there's too many people here, so I'm deeply uncomfortable. Oh shit, press wrong button.
あんたの小遣いがあるじゃん。
バカじゃないの
それか、体に直接塗るか。受け取れればいいんでしょ
Are you really judging them that hard?
ジは忙しいんだ。
And then you go, I'm busy, and stare at a dead body. Takaru, please stop.
おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様ケロン。
可愛くなくね。もうちょっとどうにかなんね。
可愛くないとか言うな。てか、別にウェイトレスって女子限定じゃなくてもいいじゃん。男子もやんなよ。
No, the boys should be butlers. If you're gonna do that kind of thing, it should be butlers and waitresses.
ゲロカエルンってあんな語尾で喋るキャラクターだったっけ
Ito had just finished recording the ongoings in the classroom. I don't know, sure, that
どう
happened.
でもいいよ。
This is class 3-1. Ito's in my class. I think just after the scene is where you stop from the bad delusion where the frogs slaughter everyone. I don't remember that. Oh wait, now I do. Holy shit, what the fuck? That memory was actually buried inside? Shit. Okay. Some people were ignoring the fuss and studying. Butlers, maybe that's thematic mismatch, you fucking wrong-sider. You know, just like media literacy, hey, that was what I was trying to remember. I'm going to dismiss anyone who unironically or even ironically uses wrong-sider. Cringe. Cringe. Some of the otaku were reading light novels. Did they really think if they left the paper cover from the bookstore on it, we couldn't tell it was a light novel? They're just trying their best to stay out of the way. Most people were happily making Garo Froggy decorations or putting on Garo Froggy costumes and messing around. All the clubs had to participate in the festival, so did all the classes. No one told me, but evidently several months ago we decided to do Garo Froggy themed cafe.
はっかゲロカエルの声は女じゃん。
いやそうだけどさ、そこは文化祭のノリ的なあれでいいじゃん別に。
違うっての。
は？
Ito told his head in confusion. Clips, are you trying to trigger on? Yeah, Clips is starting to trigger me. Yes, indeed.
このゲロカエルンの着ぐるみさ、ちょっと着てみてくんないかケロン？
悪いな、俺たち今忙しいんだ。あ、いや、いいよ、着るよ。は？
わあ、アンガと宮代、あんたならサイズぴったりかなって作ってる時から思ってたんだ。
Oh shit, he's being compelled to put on the frog costume. I managed to get the costume on without much trouble. I slipped the top part over my head. It was pretty hot inside. Since I could barely see anything, it felt really claustrophobic.
どう？
I actually don't remember most of the delusions, Zag, save for the very funny ones or meme dumb ones. Huh. How do I look?
ぴったり。ちょっと喋ってみ。
ゲロカエルンだ、ゲロ。
You sound diseased.
かわいい。ギューってしてあげる。
Don't hug him, you're a girl, he'll explode. I felt something soft pressing against my arm.
ゲロカエルンも私のことギューってして。
Really? No. I slid my arm around her like she asked me to.
やん、お尻触んないの。ゲロカエルンのエッチ。
Haven't I read something once how you could hug all the girls you wanted, you put on a costume? Ugh. Ugh. Time though I was a bunch of crap. Did it really work? I was having the time of my life when reality hit you in the face like a goddamn bullet. Right?
ゲロカエルンできたの？かわいい。私もムギュってしたい。あー、ずるい。私も。ダメ。ゲロカエルンは私だけのものなんだから。だったら私たち全員で一斉に抱きついちゃうってのは？あ、それいいかも。
I can
まあいいか。
I can feel my brain dying reading this. Oh my god, why is this what you fantasize about?
じゃあ行くよ。せーの。
Control your horniness, you motherfucker. I thought about telling Ito about this, but I realized it would make me seem even lamer than I am. Among the skirt chaser he was, he might actually take it seriously and really put the costume on. He is an anime high school boy. I feel like normally, for a normal person, it'd be like you think about it for like maybe 2 seconds and that's it. You don't goddamn go on to think about it in that much. Like, you don't go on to think about it for like for what's like fucking a couple more minutes than that. It's like, dude, don't, or even for a minute. Like, dude, you're thinking about it for a minute? You're thinking about this made-up scenario to get you girls and chicks? Stop. I wouldn't want to see him sued for sexual harassment. I think we know who would be sued for sexual harassment here, Takaru. I decided to get back on topic. Took out my Pokecom and showed it to Ito. It's no, you know what I mean. It's fucking. It's not the fact that he's having it, it's the fact that he's cringe and he's having it. Okay, what is this thing? Yeah, 5 seconds is fine. He goes on and thinks about it for like a minute. That makes it weird. I've decided this. Social name, fictional with tablet-style mode device with a 7-inch high-definition screen. Social name is Phone Droid, but it's known colloquially in Japan as Pokecom. It doesn't have anything to do with the pocket computer that was released in the 1980s. Beginning in 2012, the Pokecom has gotten much more popular worldwide and is expected to someday replace smartphones. Offers multiple applications as video calling, an internet browser, TV games, micro-brawling apps, and a camera. So that shouldn't make phone calls will be implemented soon as well. Oh shit, it's her.
これが今月の19日の事件の画像。
音漏れたんか。どれ？お、これはまだ見てないな。どこで拾った？
Audio bleed. Why is she bleeding like that?
事件のまとめウィキに一瞬な。消される前に魚拓取った。
ああ、こっちの方がアングルいいな。なあ、さっきのカラオケのやつと合わせてニヤ道にアップさせてくれよ。
もう新聞部のオンラインストレージに上げてある。見やすいように加工して使ってくれ。
Yeah, but I'm wondering how she died here, because there is a lot of blood, don't get me wrong, but unlike with the other guy, I don't see anything directly that should show why she died. Any information I can get off here? Doesn't look like it. Don't worry, Zach. I'm gonna ask questions and say things when there's answers around the corner. It's just how I do. Ito looked really upset. Oh, I knew how he felt. The Hikio Academy Newspaper Club had been the first in the nation to upload a video version of the school paper to Nico Nia. You ever remember me playing a game where it cut to something happened with some girl we never saw before? I forgot this was the same one. Time has moved. Our paper is dealt with anything involving Shibuya. Kind of special on the Shibuya Restoration once that local paper had written about. Won a social prize at a city journalism contest, and the video had received over 80,000 views despite being boring as hell. After that, though, I can understand being upset at the fact that new videos dealing with the going-ons in Shibuya weren't breaking 2 digits.
ああ、カメラ仕事しろのタグをつけたのは僕だ。あれアングルひどいぞ。
じゃーん、ゲットしてきた。おお、オリジナルじゃん。疲れた。
I'm so tired, dude. Same. Oh, I don't like being tired. It's fucking the worst. What do you mean that the fucking... What do you mean home skips to, you pile of garbage? Why does... Does skipping... What the fuck do you mean? Skip is time. What the fuck do you mean? There's nothing saying that. Why is there multiple buttons for skip? Why are multiple buttons tied to skip? Why did you do that? I'm actually fucking... God fucking damn it, what the hell? The solution is going to get extreme PC. I can't afford it right now. Also, goddamn bullshit. Holy crap. Boyfriend and girlfriend walked in, evidently back from shopping. Their arms were full of Garo Froggy stuffed animals. I told you that's wrong. Huh? What's wrong? Ito hadn't noticed then. Look at my classmates who are already beginning to play with their new toys instead. I've told you this before, right? You can tell an average teenager's information level by knowing what sites they go to. Why are there so many fucking buttons to skip? Does the game not want me to play? Why are there so many buttons to skip around? Smartphones and Pokecoms had become a religion to the modern teenager. The information they gained from these portable terminals had a huge influence on their lives. Some people only looked at SNSs like Tweepo, Ride, and Facebook. Others at @channel Nikonia. Some looked at those sites as well as the links they found there. And then some looked at all those things as well as their favorite celebrity blogs, the big @channel aggregators, and whatever humor site was popular at the moment. All these people were wrong-siders. And the scary thing was that these days, 9 out of 10 wrong-siders were teenagers. So pretentious, man. Yellow Froggy launched 6 years ago as a cell phone strap which got popular for reasons no one ever understood. But then lately, a combination of Yellow Froggy memes on Tweepo, as well as an amateur anime posted on Nikonia, if I remember right. It was a talking, dancing frog singing anime themes. I created a fad, though I hate to use the word for something so stupid. I mean, that's exactly what a fad is, dude. It's amazing that people honestly believe that the ribbit sounds made by the female actors in those videos were from the original. Or that the original was a stuffed animal that come out recently and not the phone strap. My guess was that they only got the information from Tweepo.
それに男の場合はウェイトレスじゃなくてウェイターだって。
That was one of the reasons I joined the newspaper club. Evie is a high school boy who's not in athletics. It's literally his job description to be pretentious. Can we remove his job description and make him just become like... No, he's already close enough to NEET. They want to end up like them. Anyway.
宮代くん?
To be fair, the skip issue should go away once you reach the point where the text is all new. Still fucking ridiculous, Zag, that there are so many buttons to skip and the game doesn't even tell you that. The girl, evidently the one in charge of the waitresses, was talking to me. I'm sorry, Dakaro. Welcome to Female Contact. What shall you do now? Who is she again? Fujita-san? Fujimoto-san? I think there was a Fuji.
何? Tanaka-san.
You got it completely wrong, man. Okay. Tanaka. I was totally wrong.
さ、教室で流す映像のビデオ撮影のことなんだけどさ。
What's she talking about? Oh, right. They were going to make their own version of the Nikonia videos, where they wore costumes and danced.
その、アップとかできるのかな? こう、ずっと同じで撮るんじゃなくて。
What? What? She telling me what to do? I didn't volunteer to videotape it. You guys forced me to. Well, it's better than being told to dance to make props myself.
あ、その...
He can't...
フィックスじゃなくて、いろいろ動かせっていうことですか?
フィックス? よくわかんないけど。
Oh my god, can he...
できますよ。アップでも何でも。
Is this man okay?
よかった。
He sounds like he has enough social anxiety to explode. How can you talk to unfamiliar people at all, Kiku? Then she fled. Dude, you might... Do you go see a therapist or something? Most people don't freeze up quite that badly. That surprised me. Don't scare me like that. So nervous, I'm sweating a little. Yeah, that sounds like a major issue, man. Ito looked at me and sighed. What?
お前、やっぱリア充じゃないわ。
What? Takaru isn't a normie? Oh no, he's so insulted.
相変わらず慣れない相手だと挙取るし、丁寧語だし。
しょうがないだろ。いきなりだったんだから。
No, it's more. I made a policy not to talk to anyone unless it was necessary. This is the first time in quite a while I'd spoken to any of my classmates with Ito.
どうだった？
Therapists are wrong-siders, Darkman? He can't go to them. Oh, fuck. I could totally see him saying that. Oh, that'd be... fucking throw in the trash if you say that shit, goddammit. Surprised BB's pointing and laughing at the dude while calling him a loser and getting concerned and said, "Hey, look, I understand when there's being a dumb fuck and then there's having a mental problem. He's mostly been a dumb fuck instead of mental issues."
なんか自慢されてなかった？フィックスとかなんとか。
なんだそれ。またうんちくか？
They already spread meaningless information. Stop it. Hearing whispers about me in the classroom brought back bad memories. Starting to have a hard time breathing. Okay, I think he's about to have a full-on panic attack. What the fuck?
おい、大丈夫か？
How the fuck did you make a friend at all, dude? I must have looked like it was in pain because Ito was looking at me with concern on his face. I couldn't not show that was fine.
陰口は聞こえないように言えってのな。しかも自慢でもうんちくでもなんでもないっての。
別に気にしてないよ。藤田さんは
誰だよ。
Tanaka-san.
田中さんは
Yeah, there you go.
だけなんだから。
That's right. It wasn't worth worrying about. Wow, 90% of people are wrong-siders. That means I don't have to think about what they're saying. I'm mentally healthy and stable, Takaru says to himself as I see him about to have a fucking panic attack from talking to a person for, like, less than 2 minutes. Ito looked over at our other classmates who were having fun.
ったく、オポチュニストが。
Obdurate? Uh-oh. What did that mean again? I never heard it before. I ran search my Pokecom, making sure not to let Ito see. You really feel like you have to be the smartest person, huh? Obdurate. Stubbornly refusing to change out of lack of pity or remorse. Ruthless.
そうだな。言い当ててると思う。みんなと同じ方向にひよってるだけだよ。
まったくな。
You got that right, he says. Ito not annoyed. It looks like he didn't find out. And this changes from... And we've changed over from legitimately panic attack to you're stupid. Okay.
上部にいる方たちに話のネタを提供する運命なのか。
おい、僕はオタクじゃないぞ。
You're close. You're not a talk. You're closer to a neat considering your panic attack when interacting with people, and like the worst kind of neat where it's a case of a person can't go out, doesn't have a job and can't go outside because they legitimately will have panic attacks and problems interacting with other people. Not neats who are like, I don't want to be with people, so I'm just gonna stay inside.
またかよ。
Oh god, you have to have conversations about this multiple times with him? Jesus Christ, that must be painful.
いい、ぶたなくていい。
オタクの定義は流動していて、当初あった悪いイメージは徐々に払拭されつつあるけれど。
He's definitionally not a neat. Would you say it's a child's job to be educated? I know I'm not actually disagreeing with you on the definitional part here, Clips. It just makes me wonder, could you theoretically describe a child or a teenager's job as being as needing to be or like seeking education or something. I don't think you could, but just an interesting thought experiment there, or not a thought experiment, but a shower thought there.
2015年現在でもアニメやらラノベやらゲームやらアイドルやらにハマっている人のことを指す場合が大半だ。
I also saw a boy reading a light novel turn towards me. I didn't care.
僕はくだらないアニメやラノベは見ない。時間の無駄だ。
Yes, you don't watch stupid anime or read stupid light novels. You watch intelligent anime and intelligent light novels.
以前お前なんかのアニメを絶賛してなかったか？なんだっけ、ブラチュ？
Oh, right, yeah, okay. I forgot the second E was education. Thanks, Darkbit. In the sense that they become more responsible for their own education as they get older, and especially after age of majority, yes, kind of, in a sense, it is a job. Yeah, it's just a shower thought I threw out there.
くだらないアニメは見ないと言ったんだ。
Yep, here's the clarification. It's not stupid.
我が人生や二人のベロニカとかの名画を検索しようとすらせずに同じようなアニメばっか見て、このアニメを見てないやつはにわかだとか言ったり。
わかったって。
数列都市や冬の庭とかの名著、ああいいよねとか嘘ついて済ませてラノベばっか読んでいる。
Yeah, I can see when you gave up on arguing when you brought it up. Yes. Sorry, I'm a bit confused and gradually becoming more fucking tired because of course. But what I was about to say is, would the equivalent of light novels in like Western places be like young adult books? Like, would Harry Potter, Twilight, Hunger Games, would that be the equivalent of light novels for Westerners? I'm not sure. They definitely don't have the same kind of tropes at all, and the tropes between the two are extremely different, but That's exactly what they are equivalent to, just with no pretty pictures. Okay. Harry Potter really isn't young adult though? I think, if I remember correctly, I think the Harry Potter books after either 4 or 5 qualifies young adult books. I think? But don't take my word for that necessarily.
Camera otaku ってなんか怪しいイメージあるよな。
別に人様に迷惑かけなければいいんじゃん。好きなんでしょ。うちだってジョニオタだし。
A Johnny Otaku? What? Stop it, please. More than anything, I don't want to be the same as you people. You don't want to be the same as these people, yet you want to be a normie. Yet you're the normal one while everyone else isn't normie. Takaru has some deep psychological problems, I suspect. And then the door to the classroom flew open. A female student was looking in. She was in a hurry because she was a little out of breath. She brushed her long hair out of her eyes and was about to come inside.
ノノ、どうしたの？
おー、上帝、ちょうどよかった。
The class started talking to her.
ちょっと。
She was about to say something when her foot caught on one of the cables running across the room. suddenly stripped. I moved quickly. She sagged forward, but I reached out my hand to keep her from falling. YA also its own kind of tropes. Are those parallel with those novel tropes? YA novels are always dystopias where some battle royale happens. Light novels always isekai shit with it, where a stupid MCU incarnates into. For some reason, I felt a powerful impact on the top of my skull as I slammed to the ground. My vision went black. I was about to pass out. What the heck just happened?
説明しよう。つまずいた女帝はバランスを立て直そうとしてなぜかその場でジャンプし、勢い余って空中できれいに体をひねった。その結果、駆け寄った宮代の頭に見事なフライングニールキックをお見舞い
A
する。
perfect flying roundhouse kick to Miyashiro's head. Okay, that's impressively fucked.
宮代、見事な KO 負けだったぜ。
Even that was just one possibility. I probably shouldn't do anything. She was tripped that managed to keep her balance. Just got out of bed and took a deep breath. All the students around her, boys and girls alike, began to move. Okay, oh, Jesus Christ, ducks. Okay, I'm sorry. Fucking... Blah, 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 blah. I'm not rage quitting, I'm trying to rest because holy fuck, man. Oh, why am I always so fucking tired? I'm gonna rest for like 30. I'm gonna rest for 30. I'll be fine, and then we can get more stream. Oh my god, I feel like I'm about to fall the goddamn sleep into the abyss. This is one of the rare days I can stream. Why? What's the current time? It's 4:24. Yeah, 4:30. Yeah. Give me like 30 minutes and I'll recover. 5:30. Fuck it. Let's ask. Where the fuck is things? Try to pull. Until sleepies. 5:30. Vote for when I should wake the fuck up. I'm not gonna go with one voter's vote, though. That's a little bit lame. Maybe I should. Fuck. Everyone left. Oh. Okay, I guess be back around 5:15 then or something. Okay. Or, wait, shit. Not everyone left. I saw the poll and then someone did thing and... fine. $15, $15, $30, $15, $30, $15, $30, $1, $5, $1, $5, $1. There's 2 votes for 30. What the fuck? I don't know, man. Election fraud, riot, rabble. Fine, we're going with fucking, I don't know, 507. Fuck it. We're back at 507. Screw it. Yeah, 507. Be back at 507. Okay. Sleep is horrible, but naps are fucking... It's not 5:30. I said 5:07. I'm back, and I feel fucking much better. I feel a fuck ton better, Clips. I feel a shit ton better. I slept for 35 minutes and I woke up and I feel great now. It's weird as fuck. I don't know why this is the case for me. I compromised your ballot. It's fine. Okay. Where's the game? Here's the game. Okay, and then there's my faces, which I have to fix because they're not correct quite yet. Okay, there. How the fuck do you get this superpower? I don't know. You also have to gain the power of being tired very often. You get to wake up after like fucking a couple minutes of nap, after like 30 minutes of napping, but you also have the desire to nap much more fucking often. Is it around her as if they were welcoming a long-lost family member?
ちょっと誰？こんなところにケーブル置きっぱなしにしたの。危ないな。のの、ごめんね。
女帝、大丈夫か？
What the fuck? What is it? High school shit with calling someone Empress? What, is she part of the Soong Council and they control the world? We're going with that. She answered them with a smile. How did our eyes meet? I looked away without thinking. Caruso Nono. Oh, yep, student council president it is. The first student council president of Hikiho Academy.
あのさ、うちの喫茶でキッチン側とそれ以外のこっち側のなんてのお客さんスペースってか。
Caruso smiled a little as she spoke.
ホール側？
そうそう、ホールだ。そのさ、間を仕切る暗幕の数の調整ってワックンしてくれた？
Mr. Wacky? Probably Wakisaki or something.
調整？涌井先生が増田君にそう言ったの？
え、聞いてない？
ということは絶対やってないでしょうね。わかった。私から言っておく。
大丈夫？なんか女帝、先生たちから目つけられてんじゃん。てか、怖がられてんじゃん。
生徒会長なんて。
Man, I can't put into words how much a 30-minute nap for me does a fuck ton sometimes. When I hit by true exhaustion, 30 minutes is like fucking 3 hours, it feels. So weird. It's helpful, but it's very weird.
Oh, thank you, 女帝。
あなたね。
Most of the boys in class call Kurusu Empress as a joke. Not much worse, being tired all the time, but you can wake up refreshed after 20 minutes like me, or barely retired unless sleep deprived, but then you can't fall asleep unless you feel tired, can't nap without it being 3 hours long, and so you don't get bad RNG and just sleep for 14 hours for no reason like you. You both live different levels of sleep. We both have different kinds of shitty sleep. Down the name after becoming a hero to her fellow students through gallant deeds like putting an end to the principal's endless homeroom speeches. Not mention bringing more types of bread to the school store. Thanks to the costume, no, it was fixed perfect. Yeah.
田中、それ私が試着した時、最後までファスナー上がらなかったんだけど。あと、 地雷？呼び込み禁止にするからね。ああ、ごめん、嘘嘘、ピチピチだから。これは割とマジで。いや、てかどうせ胸で引っかかったんでしょ。冗談、期待してるから笑い取ってよ。
She sure was popular. She even knew the names of students in their classes? Out of the school's social hierarchy. That was the first phrase that came to mind. And then...
タクル、話があるの。ちょっと来てくれる
Russo walked all the way over to me and Ito. Her expression was so kind, it seemed like she had been putting on some kind of act. I see that all the people who'd been surrounding her were staring at me.
女帝カメラっ子に何の用だ？友達なのか？
知らないの？ノノは。
はあ、マジで？
Wait, what's the rumor about Nono and these guys? I don't recognize the wizard and focus on Kurusu. Her smile seemed fake as if it had been plastered onto her face. Whenever she smiled like that, I meant she wasn't in a good mood.
今はごめん。事件に関して気づいたことがあって、それをまとめてる最中なんだ。
I can't tell if this is legit, if Takuru is correct about the assumption that she's actually kind of angry right now, or if he's just being himself and being like, of course someone can't be smiling at me. If they're smiling at me, it must mean they're actually angry, because he's fucking stupid.
生徒会文化祭の準備が佳境だろ。だからクルスが落ち着いたらで。
Her cheeks twitched a little. Crap. Russo didn't like when I called her by her last name.
ちょっと来てくれる？部室。
Oh, shit, are you gonna beat him up? But BB, he's thinking of himself in exactly the way you want him to. You're just impossible to please. No, I'm just unsure if he's being honest or just bullshitting like we've seen him do before. Sense of dark aura forming around her, hardly befitting a so-called empress.
来てくれる？
Oh yeah, she's going to kill him. Okay. She's so close to me.
行こうか。部室なあ宮代。
Ito couldn't handle the terror. Didn't look like I could talk my way out of this one. Seeing no other choice, I nodded and stood up.
クルス。
If he's bullshitting, that suggests he thinks he's hated. Yeah?
クルス、ちょっと。
グラウンドに出す屋台のコンロの数でしょ。やっぱり一つの屋台につき一つで統一する。
Wait, what?
いや、それは。
It's either 5:30, 5:15, or 5. You're right, it was 5:07 like I said I would after I moaned and groaned for way too long.
悪いけど例外はなし。校長に掛け合ったけどダメだったから、人数が多くて不満があるところは私が後で直接説明に行く。
了解。いや、じゃなくて、なんで持ち場離れて。クルスだから、忙しかったら落ち着いたらでいいって。
Okay, why are you okay with him calling you, this guy, random guy calling you
ごめんね、川原くん。急ぎだね。
Kurusu, but you don't want the Takuro to call you Kurusu? Her tone was gentle but broke no argument as she hurried to the club room. Oh, shit.
宮代、またお前か。今度は何したんだ？
Nothing, bro. Kawahara-kun cut her off. I didn't know his first name. His name in class is Ito and and he was a vice president of the student council.
いや、いい。言わなくても分かってる。また
Apparently his first name is Masashi.
それとも探偵気取りか？
I knew I was giving me a hard time. He didn't like the fact that Caruso was spending time with me.
別に何？川原君に迷惑はかけてないと思いますけど。かかってるんだよ。クルスの時間が割かれると同じ生徒会の俺たち全員にな。
Trigger! I happened to glance down at Kawahara-kun's belts. The password seemed to be broken. They gave me an idea. Really? Hanging down his pants as hard as I could. Just like I thought, they came straight off. His underwear is plainly visible. Really? The positive delusion is pantsing this guy? I mean, okay.
白ブリーフかよ。うわ宮代、お前何するんだ。
君があんまりうるさいから。
ふざけるな。
川原くん、いいから早く吐きなさい。みっともないでしょ。
みっともないってそんな。
ほら、みんな見てる。
All the students around us were staring at him and laughing. Very much, you don't know my true power level internal thought process here. Okay. His face quickly turned red.
ひどい。ひどすぎる。
Pulled out of his pants and ran away with tears in his eyes. He looked absolutely miserable. Just imagining that made me feel better. Never do something so childish in real life, though. Hanging down someone's pants if they take you off was the kind of thing a third grader would do. I was above that. I knew the best way to deal with someone like Kawahara-kun was just to ignore them. Okay, but he's directly standing in your way and he wants you to admit faults. So, good luck with just ignoring him.
お前、小中と不登校だったんだって？
Huh? Why the fuck are you bringing that up? No, I'm not. Fucking hell. Clips, when I said okay about him panting the dude being a positive delusion, I'm like, oh, just that? Okay. I was expecting it to be something more like fucking knocking him down or being like confident as fuck or something. About like, yeah, what's she gonna do about it, bitch? She wants to see me, what's wrong with that? I wasn't expecting it to just be, oh, he pants him. It's like, okay. And he's pants and embarrass him. It's like, oh, okay, I thought he'd do something else to embarrass him, but okay. That's all. Also, why are you asking this, dude? I feel like I missed some part of the conversation. If my legs tense up, I stopped. My face got hot, and without thinking, I glared accusingly at Kurusu. She quickly shook her head.
川原くん、急いでいるから。
They kept on staring at me. Why are you judging a man so harshly for skipping middle and elementary? I felt like he was grinning a little. Pissed me off. Are you trying to imply he's uneducated dumbass? You know, man, maybe that's a negative one. Maybe the negative one is him throwing a dude over the railing in the background or something. That can make sense, yeah. It's just from what we've seen so far of the negative delusions, it usually goes poorly for the protag instead of the positive delusions where it goes well for him in some way. So just me thinking like, huh, I would have thought that'd be the positive here. BB, something's ready to pick up. Okay, cool. Well, there's nothing I could say. I did the best I could to ignore him and turn away. I ignored what sounded like a low laugh and hurried to the club room. The second three of us were alone in the club room, her expression changed. The snot blast on the student council president's face disappeared. This is who she really was. No, shit. I don't see any delusion, so I guess this is real for now.
何が?
川原くんが言ってたこと。私が彼に言ったわけじゃないから。
別に気にしてないよ。
嘘。
Yep, good. She's calling him out on that. Really, you didn't. Everything about me was different than it used to be.
まあまあ。で、何？副部長。話があんでしょ？
Wait, she's the vice president of the newspaper club? Huh. Kurusu sighed and changed the subject.
タクル、あなたちゃんとご飯食べてるの？少し痩せたんじゃない？
Huh? Where was this coming from?
これからどんどん寒くなってくるでしょ？住んでるところの防寒対策とかちゃんとしてるんでしょうね。
Right, it's like September. Ah, crap, she's in nag mode now. Ah, you mean, don't kill yourself.
進路調査、結局就職で提出したんですって？進学で提出しなさいって言ったのに、勉強できないわけじゃないんだから。確かに今からだと厳しいけど、受験なら私が面倒見るってこれも前に言ったでしょ？
調べたの？というより、話ってそれ？
どうなの？ちゃんと食べてるの？
食べてるよ。大丈夫だって。
Girl, I think you're switching a bit too fast from topic to topic with him. I have my hand to bring the conversation to a close. I didn't want this to end the way it used to, with a 6-hour lecture about how every aspect of my life was wrong, followed by hard labor as my punishment. Why do I presume that hard labor might be, like, doing some push-ups and jogging, or maybe even just going to the store to get food? Kurusu looked like she had a lot more to say, but a moment later...
あなた、先週の金曜日、学校サボったでしょ？
You know, it just is something I didn't think about, but I haven't seen many games that use back-facing sprites like this. It's kind of interesting to see. The fact that when she's supposed to be turning around and stuff, they're actually showing her back and having her face us. Kind of neat. Don't see that very often. Or I can't remember ever seeing it before now. It's a nice way to imply 3D movement. That's kind of neat. Huh? Oh, so that's what this is all about.
サボったよ。別に問題ないだろ。
あるに決まってるでしょ。どこで何してたの？
Or just movements in general, yeah. Hmm?
ストレージにアップした画像、あれを撮りに行ってたんじゃないの？
Damn it, I figured that would be it. She's right, the picture I taken from the karaoke box from last Friday when I skipped school. Started staking out the place early that morning, waiting for the manager of the condo building to open the curtains.
苦労したんだ。でもおかげで警察以外まだ誰も見てない現場の画像を撮れた。
I mean, impressive work partially, but also partially you skip school for something that you're not, like, supposed to be doing.
こういう事件ばかり追いかけるのはやめなさいって前から言ってるでしょ。
Yorusu was the vice president of the newspaper club, and had been opposed to Ito and my journalistic ethos for a long time. We spent most of our time investigating crimes in Shibuya. Stuff like the attacks on the homeless people that have been flooding the city ever since the earthquake. An urban legend of the company involved in the rebuilding put up a tons of security cameras all around the city. You know, I just realized we still don't know why the guitar girl, or the music girl, died. We saw the blood on her, but we didn't have any idea why she was dead. A serial arson case where the culprit had never been caught. And now these strange deaths. Wow. Shibuya sounds like it's shit to live in this world. Like, extremely shit. For her part, Kurusu said that that student paper should be investigating crimes. She wrote normal, sincere articles and made normal, sincere videos. The video about the Shibuya recovery efforts that won the prize had been mostly her work.
タクル、今回あなたおかしい。学校をサボってまで事件を追うなんて今までなかったでしょ。
You know, considering what we've seen of him, I'm kind of surprised that this is the first time he skipped school to do this. It's a little bit shocking. That was true. The reason why was obvious, right? I was lucky enough to have this huge mystery right in front of me.
今回に関しては学校をサボるのもしょうがないよ。
なぜ？
だって新聞部を立ち上げてから初めて起こった渋谷での大きな事件じゃないか。こんな美味しいネタ。
There's no way this is actually the first big thing that's happened in Shibuya since you started the newspaper club, dude.
おいしい？
Oh? Wait, why is she pissed about the word scoop? That face was bad news. It was scary. Ito was right next to me, so I grabbed him and held him tight.
おい、縦にすんなって。え、縦なの？てか副部長、何その顔？
おいしいですって？人が死んでるっていうのに？
Ah, she's pissed that he's calling it a scoop when it's like, people are actually dead, you fucker. Stop doing this.
違います。
Don't call it a scoop or something just to do for fun when it's a serious matter. Just stay away from me. I really can't handle this.
すんなって。ちょっと待って、マジで縦なの？
やばいやばい。
That face was seriously bad news. The Empress was scary enough that she could send a demon running in terror. Or a meta demon either. That's just how scary she was.
もう一度言ってくれる？よりによってあなたが人が死んでおいしいですって？
Oh. Oh, shit. I need to find somebody to stop her. Then I felt a wind rush past my ears. What the fuck? What the fuck? And the worst part of the time, the wind blew the room. Is she not wearing fucking panties? Uh-huh. What? I think she's not wearing panties for some fucking reason? Unless that's a skin-colored undergarment. Kurusu didn't even have time to hold down her skirts. This isn't a delusion. This is actually happening. What? This is one of those super unlikely happenstance thing happens and save the day thing that you're like, I don't know what this. I'm more so baffled about the fact that she might not be wearing underwear. It's like, why? Like, why? Is she a fucking nudist? Like, what? I had a lot with Kurusu's. I heard the sound of the open window. I didn't even realize it was open until then. There was a tennis court on top of the special use building. There was probably a tennis team out there. I need to say something. Am I supposed to tell her I hadn't seen anything? Vice President? Why aren't you wearing underwear? And wearing a fucking skirt at the same time? Brave fucking choice. Very brave. Something, panties are wrong-sided, this girl maybe? Brave fucking choice to go commando wearing a skirt. Very brave choice. In fact, maybe a bit too fucking brave. Oh, okay, I guess she was wearing them. You just couldn't fucking see them at all. Why, yes, you could. No, she was wearing them, guys. I'm sorry. What the fuck you mean they're on her? Like, this is a low-ass shit shot. There's no fucking way she's wearing crap down there. Like, seriously? Are you trying to get yourself killed? She's trying to flash people on purpose? If under the sun noise. I'm sorry. You might ask yourself, you're more confused by that. You might ask yourself, is this game just going to do this outside of Illusions now, or just Ram's Universe? No, that was the only time. I'm just very fucking confused about this. Like, why? I was sure that sound was Kurusu kicking the wall. Maybe the sound of her murdering Ito, but it's wrong. It's coming deeper inside the room. Who the fuck?
Kazuki, 来てたの? Kazuki? そうか、ヘッドホン。
Kurusu sighed and pulled off the headphones that Kazuki always wore. It's hard to say if having it out of frame is a show of more or less restraint. The implication of the shot would make me say less restraint. Because it's like, until they said, oh, she was wearing underwear, that shot did, like, I'm sorry, man. That shit did not look like she was wearing underwear at fucking all. Like, motherfucker, no. You can't, you're trying to tell me, oh, yeah, no, that was fucking, that she was wearing underwear. And I'm just like looking at them like, I can see her fucking waistline, I'm quite sure in that. Like, what? The implication by having on screen makes it seem like they're not there, yeah. Yeah, it's like, I can see her fucking waistline, and you're trying to tell me then, no, actually, she's wearing stuff. I'm just like, what? Like, what? Why? Fucking...
円数2でイラついたからって壁を殴るのはやめなさい。何度も言ってるでしょ。
Oh, we got a new term. Is it invisible panties? Phoebe, she can be wearing underwear without wearing granny panties. That's not the weird part about this. Short for Empire Sleeper Online 2, the sequel to the MMORPG that once replaced Cloud Ember's Empire Sleeper Online. Like its predecessor, the game has been very well received, while the vast majority of users have moved on to ESO 2. The inability to transfer character data from the first game has caused a small number of veterans users to remain in the original ESO. And now I'm thinking of Elder Scrolls Online. Okay. The game takes place in the medieval Europe-inspired fantasy world of Baselard, where countless adventures are just waiting to unfold. This room for the unpopular kids has way too many cute girls inside. They ever game are good. They're going to need one of those to solve mysteries. Is essential, apparently. Kazuki Hana. There we go. Kazuki Hana. How did I fuck up there? The only first year of the newspaper club. If I forget her, this was my chance. Okay, they're doing the writing thing of, oh, this is the place where the unpopular people go. Or where, this is like the unpopular club, the newspaper club. And then you're like, anyway, there's two cute girls who are a part of this club. I'm just like, yeah, I know that this would totally be the unpopular person club. Yeah, totally. As Kurusu was rubbing the red marks on Kazuki's hand, I said,
とにかく僕は事件を追う。発見があったんだ。もしかしたら大きな手がかりになるかもしれない。
Kurusu glared at me for a moment, but maybe there was a time when a girl that played MMOs wasn't cute to anyone except other nerds. Mainstream normies hadn't appropriated that part of nerd culture yet. The fact that there was a time when that wasn't considered cute is fucking crazy to me still. I know you're not wrong, but it still feels like, oh no, a girl being interested in games, that's fucking weird. It's like, God. The pandemic fucked up a lot of things and fucked up a lot of cultural things, but the fact that people appreciate cuteness is some forms of cuteness is better. Like, yeah, it's cute seeing people sometimes. Like, fuck you. Stop thinking it wouldn't be cute. Girls don't suddenly become uncute because they're playing video games or shit. That's fucking stupid.
Oh, マジか。よし、すぐ準備する。聞かせてくれ。ぜひ聞かせてくれ。
Ito hurried over the club's computer, desperate for any chance to escape his doom. I stepped back at Kurusu for a moment. I keep on saying Kurusu, but that's not it. For a moment then...
PC 立ち上げて、ストレージの画像プリントアウトしてくれ。
了解だ。
Ito's voice was louder than it needed to be as he turned on the computer.
いい？
Maybe she took pity on poor Ito. She didn't say anything else. Mizuho crossed her arms and looked at us as she leaned against the wall. Looked like she was at least going to hear me out. Or maybe this was just her way of making sure I didn't escape.
お前後で飯をおごれよ。
なんでやだよ。
盾にしやがって気まずすぎんだろ。こんなもん10-0の巻き込まれ事故じゃねえか。
それは謝るけど、でも今回はまだマシだ。手が出なかったから。
手って副部長？
I nodded. Urusu was a girl that everyone looked up to, but she was actually very short-tempered. It would take me more than 5 fingers, but less than 10 to count the number of times she slapped me hard. I told him that.
マジか。
Why am I getting a definition for crazy bitch?
ありなの？そんなことする女子高生本当にいんのか？ヒスかエスっ子手前じゃん。
Oh yes, the most important term I need for this. Damn, dominatrix and crazy bitch. Seriously? Because they're fucking keywords. Okay. Okay, sure, why not? Look, the game wants you to use the terms correctly. I don't think I need crazy bitch defined for me. I'll be quite frank. I don't think I need the definition of crazy bitch defined. Okay, Zag's telling me that, look, the glossary in this game is very weird. It gives some useful and important information, but otherwise, I will repeat, crazy bitch. I did not need a crazy bitch. The nearly crazy bitch didn't even bother looking at us as she spoke.
いや、そのセリフを言ったことはあるんだけどね。それもついさっき教室で。
そう。
And then she fell silent. She was scared as hell. Felt like if I moved, she'd kill me. Oh fuck! Did I accidentally fucking?
おごりだ。決定だ。大盛りにデザートだ。異論は認めん。
Where the fuck are you going to buy shit? It was 70% your fault? Actually, it was 100% Ito's fault for not keeping his mouth shut. What?
なあ。
Dude, take the blame when you can. What?
見たか？見たよな。
見てないよ。
Oh, her white panties. I guess? Game. I can fucking see her fucking... I can see the lines going down. is she wearing fucking, is her underwear like goddamn, like I'm sorry, I don't believe her underwear is going that fucking low. I've seen it, they were white. I glanced at Kurusu out of the corner of my eye. Guess that really was just what you'd expect. I wonder if cutting off theirs is maybe a form of censorship? Like they were not allowed to show panties for some reason? But it... I don't know, man, Zag. It's like the way it's shot, it's shown there, it's more suggestive than if you just showed panties. Like, it's honestly more suggestive, especially because the art does not present panties. Is on-screen chat live? Oh shit, is it? Wait, no, it should be. It's not It wasn't top chat. God fucking damn it. So I'd only gotten a glimpse. It's not like possible I've been mistaken. I burned that image in my brain now. Maybe the next time something like that happened, I'd be react more quickly. And do what? If it ever did happen again, I swear react as a right sider should. What do you mean? The illustrator? It looks like they haven't decided on the color yet. Well, I can just fill it in later. That fucking make more sense to me. Right side when panicking over something is insignificant as seeing a girl's underwear. Considering that, it would be critical you stayed calm. When she heard Ito turn on the printer, Kazuki trotted over like she usually did. Oh? This is gonna be the first time we've ever seen her actually do anything. Because otherwise she hasn't said any words yet. So I'm not going to actually go with the delusion here. I want to see what she's actually like. The online gaming addict was still around. Whenever she was around, it was her job to run searches and organize information on the PC, but...
Kazuki, 手伝わなくていい。この件については部の活動と認めてないから。
Kazuki gave us a questioning look.
そうなんだ。
Kazuki just said, like she always did, and walked away. Kazuki put her headphones on and went back to the corner of the room. Her slamming keys again. I never didn't know how to talk to her. I actually felt like it had been forever since I had spoken to her. You didn't call that conversation, that is. Been part of the newspaper club for 6 months, and all I knew about her that she liked games, knew a lot about computers, and hated talking. Then, Ito printed out the pictures, so I took them and went in front of the bulletin board before Kurusu changed her mind. Damn, I was really hoping to get more out of her. If Kurusu was going to listen, it was probably better to start at the beginning. Okay, we got a pin board, let's set up the facts. She didn't even seem interested in the cases. If I ignored her and made her even matter, even using Ito as a shield wouldn't be enough to save me.
今僕らが追っている事件は2つ。
Court board.
まず1つ目は
Hey, look, an in-game
今
conspiracy
月の
board.
7日に起きた
I
ニコニア生
I
放
feel
送
targeted.
公開自殺事件、通称こっちみんな。
so we have the Don't Look case of the public suicide we saw on live stream. Oh,
事件の内容は名前の通りニコニア動画で生放送していた男が
you might not be able to read this with YouTube compression, but it says victim Utani Yuma, 21, unemployed. Estimated time of death 11:50. Didn't that section start at like? Wait, hold on. Didn't that section when we were on the prologue start at something like he died in like 4 minutes? Shit. Like, hold on. Yeah, no, he answered the door at like I think it was 11:46. So he died in like 4 minutes. Okay. Location: Shibuya Ward, Jinan Tramont Jinan Condos, room 401. Cause of death: blood loss from cuts. He was a Nico Nia live streamer, did regular shows called TIL, I Can See the Future, where he make prophecies. Cut off his own right arm in the middle of a live stream, put it on the plate, and then ate in front of the audience. After that, he was most likely died from blood loss. Seems likely he committed suicide in a fit of insanity. Police are looking for whoever visited the room directly before the suicide. They are considering prosecution for abetting a suicide. Okay, so people do know that someone else was there.
「厳密に言うと完全に自殺と決まったわけじゃないんだけど、死んだ時の状況からそう言われてる。
I mean, if I were looking into this case and I saw the video, I'd probably think like, is this a psychotic episode? Is he on drugs? And I'd actually probably go with the thought of maybe he's on drugs, because cutting off your own arm is not easy, to put it lightly. That's like bath salts, lace and Fent kind of shit. Yeah, exactly. Especially when if you see the video and you see him bleeding from his eyes and nose, your first assumption would probably be that it wasn't intentionally suicide. Like, he didn't mean to kill himself. It's just the fact that he probably got into some seriously dangerous drugs, and that ended up causing him to have a psychotic breakdown and end up dying.
名前は大谷優馬、21
So,
歳。
suicide, but definitely not intentional
未
suicide,
来
I
が見え
feel.
てしまう件についてっていう預言者もどきみたいな放送を定期的にやって結構アクセス数を稼いでいたニア生主で、その状況だけど、まず放送中に大谷氏は
The only way to figure out if he actually was on any kind of drugs is from a police autopsy report, which our characters don't have access to. So that's a slight issue right now.
その後ドアがノックされて
Yeah, from the information our characters have, the only conclusion you can come to is he probably took some kind of seriously bad drug, and it ended with him having a psychotic episode that got him killed. After that, there was a sound, some voices, but we can't make them out.
そしてカメラ前に戻ってくると、右腕が半分なくなってた。細かく切断されて自分が持ってきた皿の上に乗ってたんだ。そしてその指を自分で食べた。まるで痛みを感じていない素振りで。
Furusu's expression changed a little. Probably hadn't known that. The two had been being used even on TV. Should have really seen it there. The details have been so horrific that news didn't mention them. Yeah, that makes sense. Those videos could be found anywhere on the internet. It's only a matter of time before someone started putting it all together. The video itself even started to get around. Gruesome.
そして少し経ってからいきなり苦しみ出して死亡した。見ていた人は事件として発覚するまでいたずらか何かだと思っていたみたい。
出血性ショック死な。警察の発表でもそうなってたし、混沌するまでの時間を考えても間違いない。
Ito added, Ito knew more about this stuff than I did. How does he know what was in the police report? Is that kind of thing public? He was a fan of bizarre murders, and he read 10 times as many killers' diaries and non-fiction crime books as I had.
何らかの理由で精神が錯乱した上での自殺って見解が濃厚らしいけど、警察は自殺の直前に部屋を訪ねてきた誰かを探しているらしい。
Yeah, that makes sense as a plan.
もしかしたら自殺幇助や自殺教唆の疑いがあるんじゃないかって。
In Japan, if you saw someone trying to kill themselves and didn't intervene, it wasn't a crime unless the police could prove you wanted them to die. But aiding in suicide or encouraging someone to commit suicide was illegal. Them and the police were probably looking for whoever met Utani just before his death. Fucking brutal, man. Kurisu was silent, but she was looking at the board and seemed to be listening. It seems safe. On to the next case then. Oh, we're finally gonna learn how the other girl died.
2つ目は19日に起きた事件。死体の状況から音漏れ炭っていう通称がついてる。場所はここ、深セン。名前は高柳桃音、20歳。
Okay, let's read this little thing that's here.
最近ネットで有名になってきてるアニメソングのコピーバンドのボーカル。
And so far we have, both people have some kind of mysterious power, it seems. So, Utani was able to predict the future, and this girl could control people with her music if they heard it directly. Takayanagi Momone, 20, unemployed, estimated time of death 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Location Shibuya Ward, Shinsen. Sidewalk on Yamada Street, cause of death, blood loss from stomach wound. Case details. Takayanagi died from blood loss after having a speaker implanted in her stomach. I believe that after she performed with her band at a concert hall, someone sliced open her stomach and inserted a speaker inside the wound. Before she died, she traveled along roads along the highway with the speaker inside of her, then sat down on the sidewalk. The speaker in her stomach immediately played a recording which said, "Stay and listen for a while." Vanper said she had something special that just drew you in. It's a shame. And both live streamed, apparently. That's correct. Both of them had a live streaming account on Nico Nia. That's... Interesting. So... current information we have is both had a special power, both were visited or messaged by someone right before their deaths, and both of them have a live streaming account. That's interesting. Okay.
復興祭のステージで歌うことも決まってた。バンドの派手な衣装を着たまま一人でストリートライブもしていて、晴れの日は毎日決まった場所、決まった時間で演奏していたらしい。その日はいつもの場所にかなり遅刻して現れてライブを始めた。だけど何か様子がおかしかった。声が小さくていつもの感じじゃなかったらしい。そして結局ライブの最中に死亡した。こっちも失血死。ライブを始める前からお腹を刺傷していたんだ。
Even she died on the concerts. Huh.
妙なのがやっぱり遺体の状況で。伊藤、再生してくれ。
Oh, there's a video? Shit.
お
Ito tapped a few keys on the computer's keyboard. And a moment later,
はマジでマジで
死んでるってマジで死んでるって救急車呼べって
Chistaxi. Huh? Kurisu looked confused when she heard the sound. Evidently, she wasn't going to make it out.
ああ、そっちじゃなくて、渋谷ニュースが音声いじってアップしてくれた方。
ああそっちだよな
はマジでマジで
死んでるってマジで死んでるって救急車呼べって
ありがとうゆっくりしていってねありがとうゆっくりしていってねありがとうゆっくり
So, if we follow what we saw with Utani, okay. So here's the thing: if we follow what happened with Utani, the most likely thing is, and what we saw of, and what we saw of the girl during this time too, of Taka Yanagi. It's most likely that she got the call, she went home, she cut open her own stomach and put the speaker inside. So that seems the most likely case, that it wasn't someone else did it, it's that she did it to herself. After getting the idea of, oh, I can wear my speaker underneath, but instead of wearing her speaker underneath her clothes, she put it inside herself. Her expression changed. She wasn't able to hear it this time.
ありがとう。ゆっくりしていってね。常連のお客さんによれば、
Wait, hold on, this isn't actually... Is that a fucking Toho reference?
いつも彼女はこの一言からストリートライブを始めていたんだって。
ニアドユーザーだからな。なんでも歌ってみたの歌い手の中では彼女のライブが一番だって最近評判だったらしいぞ。
Kurusu seemed to be ignoring me and Ito. She was staring at the computer screen that was the source of the sound.
今のは
悲鳴は死体を発見したお客さんたちのもの。動画で撮っていた人がいたんだ。で、今のは高柳さん自身の声で。お腹に埋め込まれていた小型のスピーカーから聞こえてきたんだ。
Kurusu seemed confused, so Ito interjected. Did she hear something that we didn't
その
hear?
日のライブは最初から録音されたものだったんだよ。
後で発見された証拠によると、彼女はコンビニで売ってるカッターで
Yeah, she lived in her own
自分の
stomach.
腹を裂いて Bluetooth のスピーカーを埋め込んだらしい。ガムテープで止血とも呼べない適当な応急処置をした後、着ている服と衣装でその傷を隠してライブを始めたんだ。最初は録音した自分の声に合わせてギターを弾いていたらしいんだけど、途中からは歌声だけになった。それからはうつむきっぱなしだったみたいだから、その時にはすでに死亡してたんじゃないかな。だけど お客さんは様子がおかしいとは思いながらも気づかずにずっと聞き続けて、彼女のポケットに入れていた携帯音楽プレイヤーが傷から流れた血液で壊れたのか、最初からそういう設定だったのか。とにかくさっきの音声トラックが
Close it, ruin duct tape. You're not gonna mean you're not gonna mean. If you mean you win. Don't worry. Kurusu's face was a mixture of confusion and discomfort. If I were the characters, I'd honestly be considering if there was some kind of, like, underground drug going on. Because, like, okay, we have information that they don't have of someone's fucking doing bullshit. But if I were in their shoes, I'd be like, is there some kind of fucking underground drug that's starting to make the rounds? That makes you go psychotic and do self-harm? Like, what? You only seen that work for one girl, and this isn't the right write for that. You know, I couldn't hold back my excitement.
すごいだろ。
I'd call it tragic more than amazing. Instead of agreeing, Kurusu's brow furrowed. Probably didn't realize, but she wrapped her arms around herself. What's wrong? Is that a little too creepy? And?
ここまでは単にこれまでの事件の整理だろ。発見ってのは？
Oh yeah, he's right. Using a computer to print out a series of pictures.
当然だけど、両方とも事件の目的はわからない。今のところ唯一の不審人物である大谷氏の部屋を訪ねてきた人間が何者で何を考えて何を話したのかも見当がつかない。でも僕はこの妙な事件はまだ続くと思う。被害者の共通点からの推測でしかないけどね。
Is it their streaming accounts? Is he gonna notice that? Ito leapt out of his chair in shock. I couldn't blame them.
共通点に関しては散々話し合ったろ。分かったのは渋谷に住んでることとニア道のユーザーだったこと。
Oh wait, they already found that out.
あとはまあ2人ともある程度の知名度があって自殺した状況が異常だってことくらいか。でもそんなもんじゃそれ以上のことは何も見えてこなかっただろう。
気づかないか？別の共通点。
I point towards the bulletin board as I speak. He'll look really annoyed.
偉そうにしよってからに。そもそもこっちの気を引くようにプリントアウトしてるやつはなんだ？
Yeah, it's taking a while, dude. Hehe. Hehe. The best part of finding something like this was seeing the angry look on his face. Well, it was only yesterday I found myself, though.
じらさなくていいから何を見つけたの？
Kurusu beckoned for me to go on. No matter what she said, after hearing all this, she probably wanted to know what came next. Oh, it's finished printing. Kazuki suddenly stood in front of me. Showed me the printed image without a word. Thank you, Kazuki?
ありがとう。
Then she offered me something else. Is it a piece of candy? Fuck. God damn it. No, I did not make this game. Just gonna get that fucking out there again. A lollipop?
くれるの？
Are you here? Yes. Just because she has one notable trait and it's a lollipop in her mouth. So I was like, oh, so she's gonna give him candy then. And so that's why I said it, okay? That makes sense. It's not fucking... It's not something only the game maker could predict would happen, okay? Kazuki seemed to be communicating in her own unique way. She walked over to the boning board and tapped the data printout on the two cases with her finger.
和樹どうした？
She did it again. I saw the part she was pointing at and nodded.
そう。日付だよ。7日、19日。
Why is that important? Why are the dates super important?
共通点。9月7日と9月19日。
No?
渋谷で
No,
発生した
the
異常な事
strange
件。
deaths on the 7th and 19th of September do not ring a bell. Kept looking at Ito. Usually he would be the one to pick up on this. Second later, he froze. Let's figure it out.
猟奇マニアのお前ならわかるだろ。
Before we found out that BB made this, you were going to say she looks like a cute anime girl, but I bet she called you the slurs in entire scene game. Then, now that we know Mina, you don't know about that. You're making... I hate how many assumptions you make about me. I pinned the images I printed out onto the bone board's map.
9月7日、集団ダイブ。
What the fuck?
9月19日、妊娠男。9月29日、貼り付け。10月10日、ヴァンパイア。10月23日、ノータリン。 10月28日、うまい手。
I will withhold my comments for now.
11月4日、ドキュンパズル。
ニュージェネレーションの狂気。
The what? Hold on, what? This was important. Bluetooth is something else. Okay, hold on. Okay, what the fuck? Fictional. The name of a series of brutal serial killings that took place in Shibuya between September 7th and November 4th of 2009. The methods of murder were bizarre and entirely unorthodox, which led to its cult popularity among the youth of Shibuya. As a result, the mass media dubbed it the New Generation Madness. A total of 14 people died in all 7 incidents. Wait, 14 people died during each incident? Or in total? The dates and names of each murder are as follows: Group Dive, Manchild, Cruxifixion, Vampire, Numbskull, Finger Food, DQN Puzzle. What the hell? Yep. 6 years ago in 2009, a series of strange deaths that occurred just before the earthquake that struck Shibuya on November 6th. They became famous for the words left by the killer. Whose eyes are those eyes? They called the killings a New Generation Madness. The murders took place in Shibuya. The whole country took an interest in them. At the time, I was in 6th grade, and just like a lot of people, I followed every new development on the internet.
日付が6年前の事件とぴったり一致してるんだ。事件も自殺っぽいっていう内容はともかく、
猟奇的だという点で同じ。
Okay.
偶然でしょ。
Yeah, I'm with Nono on this. It could just be a coincidence. 2 times isn't enough to say there's a pattern yet. See me trying to force words out of her throat. Urusu is acting a little bit strange. She's got that anime dark shadow of worry. Her arms close her torso even tighter.
副部長
Maybe it's because of all those creepy pictures she'd seen. The new gen madness or the murders from the previous game. Okay. Urusu was clearly shaking. She tried her best to stop as she spoke.
何でも関連づけて大きくしたがるのはやめなさい。2つたまたま一致しただけでしょ。
Well... God damn it. Okay. I'm playing a sequel. Yes. I knew that, but I trusted chat for the recommendation that it would still work. Maybe that maybe that would end up being a mistake, but we'll see. But I have to agree with Nono right now. Because like while Takeru could be right and there might be connection between these things, right now we only have 2 examples. We kind of have to wait till we get a 3rd example to, like, if a 3rd bizarre murder happens on the same date as the 3rd murder from the original killings, then, like, in that case, I'll say that, like, yeah, okay, it is a pattern at that point, but until then, You believe I would not like the first game? Huh. Probably will, given the game. Yeah, but in universe, I agree with Nono right now.
偶然かそうではないかすぐにわかるよ。ニュージェネ第3の事件が起こったのは9月29日。つまり今日だ。
Oh shit. Uh-oh. Today?
もし今日渋谷でまた妙な事件が起こったらその時は間違いない。偶然が3つ続くなんて放っておける要素じゃないだろう。
I'll answer your previous question. 14 total deaths from all 7 cases of the new gen madness. Okay. The wording there made me unsure if it was 14 deaths during each case or 14 deaths in total. It was a little bit unclear to me. A phone rang. It was mine.
はい。もしもし。
事件だ。いや、事故？とにかくタクの言う通りのことが起きたかもしれないんだよ。
Wait, what? Feel my heart starting to race as she spoke. It was the Level Hotel area in Dogenzaka, 5 minutes from Shibuya Station. A few days ago, there had been some suspicious fire here. I had come along to do some reporting. The place was only a Level Hotel spot, but even at night when business should have been booming, it wasn't particularly exciting. During the day, when all the lights were off, you didn't look at the sign. It didn't look very different from your average neighborhood. One of the buildings was a 4-story Level Hotel with a terrible name, Fairy's Dance. Facing a narrow street, there was no parking lot, so the police car was parked at a mirror nearby.
こっち。
Wait, what? Did we just fucking leave school? Erika was standing in front of a general store some distance away. I guess we just booked it. Okay. Supposed to be spending the day taking photos of the area around the last 2 crime scenes. Did you convince your friend to not fucking go to school? Dude, come on.
何があった？
Don't spread your delinquency to others.
わかんない。さっきゲンさんと107の近くですれ違った時にここで何かが起きたって教えてくれたの。
相変わらずあの人はよくわかんないな。どこから仕入れてるんだ、そんな情報。便利だからいいけど。
It's helpful so it doesn't matter? My man, if he keeps telling you about murders before anyone else knows about them, that's a little bit concerning. Pocket needs... We don't have... School costs money where Pocket is, usually. That doesn't count. Count, Carrie. Oh, he's homeless. Great. Okay. The guy was a weirdo, but he spent all his time wandering around Shibuya, so he knew he was surprised on info about it.
でも大事なのは間違いないっぽいよ。さっき中に入ってった警察の人が応援呼んでたみたいだし。
I can't believe fucking Takuri was able to just run away from school with Nono around. Whoever thought Nono would have fucking tackled him to the ground and made him stop. I see. I decided to start by taking a video of the outside of the hotel with my smartphone. Oh, okay, I guess they followed.
お前こういう時だけ足早いな。
Oh, we even got a recording up on the top corner now. I left the two of them in the club room, and they'd only just caught up with me. What's around here? Ito especially was breathing very heavily. The previous murders Zach sent me contacts was group dive, 5 people jumping off a skyscraper, holding hands, man-child, dead man with a dead fetus inserting his belly and sewn shut, Jesus Christ, crucifixion, man down to wall, wall with cross-shaped stakes, I assume? What? Kurisu came too. Kazuki had decided not to come, evidently. Of course not. Never seen her outside except when we were going to and from school.
で、事件か?
I told Ito what I heard from Serika. He seemed really disappointed.
なんだそりゃ。単に血は喧嘩かなんかで騒ぎになったんじゃねえの?
それだけでわざわざ応援なんて呼ぶか? それに、今日は29日なんだぞ。
I mean, if one of them had a gun, definitely, I'd say. Poor vampire, man found dead with all his blood missing, giving his skin a greenish color. Numbskull, man with the top half of his head sewed off, and a ray missing, spoon found in its place. You.
だから気にしすぎだって言ってるでしょ。
Kurisu seemed upset. She glanced at the love photos around her in disgust.
早く学校に戻りましょう。学生がいていい場所じゃない。監視カメラに映っているのが問題になったらどうするの?
You find the character designs be a bit bland? I'm fine with them. They're very standard-ish anime stuff, but the writing and the situation we're in is interesting enough where I'm like, I'm fine with them being standard. Probably didn't want to get involved. Ever since the rebuilding, there have been a lot more cameras around Shibuya than ever before, even around the love hotels. Now in our screen uniforms, they probably stood out. Yes, and the cameras will send the signal directly to the police to say, hey, there's some fucking kids at this place. That's weird. Go get them back in school. No, why would they do that? Kurisu motioned for us to go home. 6, Fingerfoot, woman ate her own hand and was drowned in a river. DQN puzzle, 3 people killed and cut in half, then their halves were swapped and sewn together and hanged on the phone mast. How the fuck did anyone commit those kinds of killings? Jesus Christ. Those all sound rather intense to do. And then I saw something in the viewfinder. On the 3rd floor of the Love Hotel. The window facing one of the window of one of the rooms facing the alley were open. Windows must have been open all the way because the curtains are fluttering out.
なあ、普通こういうとこって窓開いてないもんだよな。
I asked each of them as I looked up at them.
まあそうなんじゃねえの？使ったことなんかねえからわかんねえけど。
What have you guys just noticed? Ito found my gaze and saw for himself. I felt suspicious. I've never been to Love Hotel either, so I don't know. But normally you keep the window shut, right? You want people seeing or hearing what you were doing. And suddenly I heard a sound from somewhere. It was a calming song with a simple melody. Look, I took a closer listen. Was it a music box? Is that what we're hearing in the background right now? Definitely was. It was coming from the room with the open windows. It sounded like it was inviting us in. What was going on? I looked around. The building across from the open window was another Love Hotel. There had no windows on that side. I couldn't look into the building like I'd done with the karaoke box last week. I certainly couldn't climb my way up. Maybe you should try doing that first.
何考えてるの？
I honestly have no idea what he's about to try and do. I must have a pensive look on my face because Kurusu was looking at me with curiosity.
バレないように中に入れれば。
Is he actually about to try to sneak in? I looked over at the parking meters. There's only one car still. Okay.
裏口ぐらいどっかにあるだろうから、応援の警察が来る前に済まそう。伊藤、そっち側から回ってくれ。
おう。
Holy shit, really, man? Why? What the fuck? Why are you so obsessed with this dude? What the fuck? Like, sure, it's weird, bizarre murders or suicides, but like, why are you obsessed enough to fucking go and break into a place where there's likely a dead body? What?
僕はこっち側から。
Yeah, like, hell she's gonna let you do this.
こっち見なさい。
I began to go around the building, not waiting for Ito's answer, but Kurusu grabbed my arm.
ダメ。こんなの部活の範疇じゃないでしょ。私の言うことが聞けないの？
I have to agree with her. This is beyond what you should be doing. What's with this obsession, dude? Crap. It was just a millimeter short of making that face again.
しかもここ、いかがわしいホテルでしょう。それに、もし妙なことに巻き込まれたらどうするの？
Is this guy connected? Is our MC connected to the previous murders? In some way, was he like related to one of the victims? Because he's like, I'm only wondering that because he seemed like, this seems obsessive. Like, why? What the fuck's with you? You really go through this much just to get a look at this? And you all that? I didn't want to give up. This might make a chance to get a real scoop.
定額にでもなったらどうするつもり？姉として弟を危険な目に遭わせるわけにはいかないの。
Big sister literally, or big sister in the sense of responsibility?
弟というか。
Okay, it's responsibility. Got it. Thank you for the quick answer.
僕たちは。
But that seems to hurt her quite a bit. A lot, actually. Kurusu immediately grabbed me by the collar with incredible force and brought her face so close to mine that our foreheads touched. I could tell that her cheeks were flushed. There was a small, wordless growl from deep within her throat, and her arms were shaking a little as she held me. What was she trying to say? No, I knew exactly what she was trying to say. But Kurusu didn't say it. Kurusu wasn't the sort of awful person who would bring up the distant past to try and win an argument. Anyway, that was over now. It wasn't either of our faults. What the fuck? Suddenly, Sariko ran over and tackled Kurusu. One of them slammed both of them into the ground.
ちょっとセリカ、何して。喧嘩はダメだよ、のんちゃん、タク。5人でみんな仲良くが新聞部のモットーでしょ。
How are there fucking... There's another cute girl in the goddamn newspaper club! Why is anyone judging these fucks for being in the newspaper club? What? No, that was never our motto.
しんちゃんも止めなきゃダメじゃん。
いや、つうかどこ行ってたんだ？
ああ、そうだ。喧嘩してる場合じゃないんだよ、タク。
Suddenly hopped up like a cheap toy.
裏のドア開いてる。喉乾いて自販機なくてホテルの中ならあるだろうと思って裏のドア見つけて開けて、中入って自販機やって、さすが妖精のダンスじゃん、やるじゃんって思って買って一気飲みしてたら、あれって。
What?
んだよそれ。
Oh, god damn it.
お前、いつも後先考えずに突き進むよな。
タク、どうするの？
Are we gonna get a choice? You could tell that Kurisu was glaring at me. She didn't say anything. She couldn't say anything.
二人で行こう。カップルの方がいざという時にごまかしが効くかもしれない。
I'm quite sure it's illegal for a couple of high schoolers to go into a love hotel together. I'm quite sure the police would be like, okay, kids, cute, but get the fuck out.
オッケー。
As soon as words were out of my mouth, Terika beckoned me to follow her. I did. Sorry, no. Yeah, sorry. I didn't say it, but in my heart I apologized to Kurusu as I went. Of course she couldn't hear me, so she didn't say anything.
階段、向こうなんだけどな。
Went inside the hotel from the rear entrance and hid behind the corner that led to the lobby. This was my first time inside Lovotel. It was all less gaudy than I expected. The name was false advertising. There were no fairies and no one was dancing. Maybe the quiet atmosphere was a selling point? But...
ですから人を早くよこしてください。いや、それは新庄さんに聞いてください。
Oh? Silence was ruined by the sound of a police officer screaming into his phone. Silence was ruined by a sound of a police officer screaming into his phone. He's either confused or just excited because he kept saying the same things over and over again. Something had happened after all. And something bad enough that he needed backup. This was my chance. If we could get to the scene before the place was overflowing with cops, might be able to find an unexpected scoop.
はい、それは間違いありません。確認しました。ですがこちらでは判断が。いえ、ですからそういう状態じゃないんです。く
そ。
That cop was in the way. Whether we took the stairs or the elevator, we need to go through the lobby to get to them.
タク、行くよ。早く。
Tiger took me by the arm as if we were a couple, entered the lobby without trying to hide at all.
おいおい。
She ignored me and walked straight for the stairs.
おい。
The cops must have seen us because he yelled at us from behind. Shit. Probably hadn't seen our faces. Should we run? No, that just makes us look more suspicious.
部屋から出るなと言っているだろう。はい。いえ、すいません、大丈夫です。
Oh, he thinks we were in a room. Started to mumble into the phone. Lucky us. Across the lobby without looking back.
無茶するなよ。
でもタクの言った通りだったじゃん。ごまかせたごまかせた。
びっくりした。
I was too close for comfort. My heart was pounding so loud that the noise was making me sick. Did he not tell that we were high school students? Might be panicking too much. No, even if he only saw us from behind, he should have been able to tell by our uniforms. Why didn't he arrest us? Maybe he's panicking so much that the thought never occurred to him.
テトはどうしようか。
You know, I'm getting more and more nervous because this is like... I'm actually getting kind of nervous because it's like, Jesus Christ, how bad is it that this guy panicked so much? He's panicking so much he didn't notice shit. Terika let go of my arm and turned towards me. That's right. Now isn't the time to think about other things.
外から見たあの場所が現場かどうかはわからないけど、とりあえず3階から当たろう。そこが外れだったら他の場所を見ていく。警察の応援が来たらそこで切り上げ。
You did say when you recommended this game that some of the murders are rather gruesome. I'm fine with that, but I like it's building up the atmosphere here, or the reveal quite well right now.
でも警察の様子から見て、やっぱり何か事件があったんだ。絶対に取って帰ろう。
Utani and Takiyanagi are rather mild compared to some of the other ones.
OK。
It was quiet. The policeman's voice was still driving up the stairs, but only made the signs more oppressive. Just like he said, the customers had probably been told not to leave their rooms. It was too late for it to matter now, but I was starting to feel a little scared. Come to think of it, if something had happened, maybe the killer was still here? Yeah.
そういえばタク、まだのんちゃんと喧嘩しちゃってるんだね。
Terika's voice was relaxed. I was grateful. I take any opportunity to relieve this tension.
喧嘩ってわけじゃないよ。
No, maybe it was.
でもまだクルスって呼んでるんでしょ？気持ちはわかるけど、なんとかならないかな。
So I guess... It looks like Nono and Takeru are... Like, Nono wants to be close to Takeru, which is why he wants her to refer... She wants him to refer to her as Nono instead of her more polite name. So... Interesting. So half a year ago, I called her Nono, her first name. Oh, yep, here we go. Expanding on this. After the incident that caused me to leave the dorm, I never called her that again. As long as I kept calling Kurusu, she kept being mad at me. I must have been hurting some important part of her.
タク。
あ、
Next thing I knew, we were on the 3rd floor. Terika got ahead of me at some point, was poking her head around the corner into the hallway.
誰もいないみたい。
よし。
Took out my phone and got ready to record. As soon as I went into the 3rd floor hallway, I found myself holding my breath. My heart was pounding even louder than when the cop had yelled at us. I tried to control myself and look down the corridor. The rooms must have been very big, as the gap between the doors was large. The floor was red, sinking into black as the hallway stretched away. I could hear the unpleasant sound of blowing air. That must have been the air conditioning on. There were no windows and there wasn't a lot of light. The hallway looked pretty creepy, but there was nothing out of the ordinary about it otherwise. But still, it was strange. The air felt solid. Like someone would jump out from the shadow that second you let your guard down. Or perhaps there was a trap scattered everywhere along the floor. For a second, the floor seemed to be stained with blood, but I shook that image out of my mind. What was this? It was like the fear you feel in the darkness at night. It was just because there were so low lights. No, it was worse than that. I felt like someone was watching me, enjoying my unease. It was like they were peering deep into my heart.
タク？
I almost jumped off the ground with a start.
どうしたの？
Don't just talk to me out of nowhere like that. You scared the hell out of me. He's not talking.
なんでもない。なんか変じゃないか。
I gestured down the hallway with my head. Serica looked past me into the darkness.
そりゃ暗いからなんか不気味だけど、雰囲気作りとかじゃないの？
Was it? Is that all? Was I being too sensitive? I tried flipping the light switch on the wall next to me, but nothing happened. Maybe the bulbs were burned out. Maybe it wasn't the switch for this hallway at all. Damn, this wasn't 1407 or something. Are you actually giving me 1407 for the year? Oh no, a fictional... Oh, okay, that one. It's Stephen Queen... Okay, sure. I turned around. The only person there was Serica. No one else was looking at me. I took some time to make sure of it before I spoke.
行くぞ。
Serica nodded cheerfully and stayed behind me as we walked deeper into the hallway. I remember the location of the window I'd seen outside. It's probably deeper in the hall. First one back or the one before it.
あの二つのどちらかかな。
I walked as silent as I could down the long hallway. Towards the last rooms on the left side. Every step I took, I could feel the same sensation, the hallway floor through the bottom of my heels. It's like I was being forced to think about nerves that I had never used. My body was very tense. Didn't see any cops in the hallway. Usually they at least leave one person here at the scene. Was this the wrong floor? We reached the second to last door. Room 306. I listened carefully, but I didn't hear anything revealing. Does the quiet rumble of the air conditioner?
覗き穴とかないの？
What's the truth of the matter? Come on.
ここはラブホテルだぞ。
ああ、そっか。
おい、何を。
ノック。
お前な。
What if someone really answered the door? There's a loud sound. I quickly glanced around to see if anyone heard what Serica did.
開かないね。鍵をこっそり借りてくればよかったかな。
There was no answer from inside. No one was there, probably.
タク、どうしたの？
いや、いい。
Damn it. It felt kind of ridiculous for me to be so serious.
警察もいないし、この階じゃないのかもな。
Something just broke. I flinched back at the sudden noise. Was that the sound of glass breaking?
隣からだったよな。
The thing to my back in surprise with the hands on my shoulder.
多分奥でしょ。
Serica pointed to the next room. He stood there for a moment. The violent sound must have scared because Serica's easygoing mood has totally vanished. But we waited a while and nothing more happened. There are no voices or sounds of struggles. The hallway was the same as ever. But I was imagining it. Or was the hall a little darker than before?
戻った方がいいか。
Serica didn't answer my question. She didn't seem afraid, but she had a serious look on her face as she stared down the hallway. Maybe something had happened and Caleb was still here? No, wait, I need to think about this rationally. There was an officer on the first floor who called for backup. Usually, when a call came in, the police never went there alone. There's always more than one. I found that out for myself during my reporting, so I was sure of it. So there had to be another officer at the scene. Kessler couldn't have just been hiding there. If there was any chance of that, the cop wouldn't have just told us to go back to our rooms. Did Kara break the glass during the struggle? No, that didn't make sense either. If there was any chance of them being able to do that, would that officer have gone downstairs? Probably gone down there to tell the front desk not to let anyone else in. I had no proof. But it should be okay. More than anything, I hadn't taken my photos yet. Is that a Kuro frog? Ooh-ah? I jumped literally when I heard the sudden sound. It was a very strange sound, one that didn't long care at all. I looked and saw that Serica had gotten so nervous she'd taken out her Gero Froggy Gororo strap and started to play with it. Probably didn't even know she was doing it. I saw I poked her with my elbow. I motioned her to keep quiet and seemed confused, but then she realized what she was doing and quickly put the strap back in her pocket. As soon as she was done, I looked down the hall once more. All the way to the front of the room. We should head there. Trying to steal myself, then looked over my shoulder once more to make sure no one was there. I saw her walk forward very carefully. I was afraid of making the slightest sound. Serica followed me wordlessly with her hand on my shoulder. I grabbed her hand with my free hand. The other was holding my smartphone. She squeezed it tight. The feeling of her hand kept me strong as I walked forward. Next room. Room 305, the room at the far end of the hallway. It does say room 306 and a plain old door, but it felt like it was exuding an intense pressure.
ここからだよね。
She was asking about the sound.
多分な。
I answered, despite not having any proof at all. Wait, but still heard nothing. I looked around once more to make sure no one was there, then put my ear against the door. Please fucking get it over with. The pressure started to kill me. God damn it. This is actually really tense. Good job, but please stop. My heart can only take so much. And then I heard a small sound. It was a sound I'd heard outside. Sound in the windows like a music box playing. It was relaxed and peaceful, even if we weren't, and played the same tune over and over.
この部屋だ。窓が開いていた部屋。
Sarko was looking at me.
開く？
No, that's... I hesitated when she put her hand on the doorknob.
ダメ。
She seemed relieved but a little upset. I knew exactly how she felt. I felt the same way. I moved away from the door. I would like to take some photos before I left, but... Why did the doorknob just unlock?
鍵の音しなかった？
Yeah, that was what it sounded like. We were too confused to move. There's no sign of anyone coming out. I slowly touched the doorknob. It turned. The door was unlocked. How? Welcome, come on in. I don't want to anymore. It's one thing to sneak onto a crime scene. It's another to be invited onto a crime scene by someone you don't see or hear or smell or detect in any fucking way. That's just a bad sign for everything. As if guided by the strange things that were happening, I pushed the record button on my smartphone. I gripped the doorknob tightly. A voice in my mind told me to stop, to go back. It was wiped out by the sound of the smartphone recording starting and the door slowly opening. The more it opened, the less I was able to ignore my curiosity. I felt like something inside Seriko was pushing me forward as I opened the door. The song that was playing in the dimly lit room. All the lights were off, but the sun outside was streaming through the open window. It was light, very weak. Right in front of me, which partitioned off a part of the room, was blocking the light. I gulped and realized my lips were dry. I ran my tongue over them to wet them a little, and then realized my heart was pounding. The sound was so loud that I thought my heart might have somehow moved up into my ears. It seemed beating some bizarre rhythm, and it was making me sick. I forced myself to swallow my saliva and hoped it would keep me from throwing up. Then I took a step forward. I held up my phone to record what I was seeing, and then I realized something. Current wasn't partitioning in the room. It was a bed. There was a raised spot off the floor with a circular bed surrounded by a curtain. Light was streaming out from behind it. The window we seen on the other side of it. And the song seemed to be coming from there as well. Oh, great! Another visual door. Or, it's not a door, but it's visually stopping us from seeing what's happening. Great, lovely. God fucking damn it. Is this an experiment to see if we die from fright before we see anything? Crap, it was too dark. I went to flip the nearby light switch and forced myself to stop. No. Couldn't touch anything in the room. Some kind of crime must have taken place here. I was scared going deeper into the darkness. My shoes made my steps sound loud against the floor. There's no response. Only the relaxed melody. I gave a signal to Serica. Why is there a curtain in the hotel room? This is a love hotel, Carrie. Why would you put a curtain up to stop someone seeing what's going on in the bed? What? For a moment, I just...
なんか金属がきしむ音みたいな。
I like I was hearing between the gaps in the music box's melody. Thought I was bone in the wall? No. There's no change that I could see. No one jumped out, nothing was moving. There was just a sound in the music box. I looked from one part of the room to another to make sure nothing was amiss. And then, I slowly moved forward. Someone was lying on the floor. When my eyes adjusted the room to the gloom, I saw... a police officer. And the woman? Also lying against the bathroom, the legs splayed out and his head drooping. The girl was lying on the floor face down. He showed no signs of noticing us. No, that wasn't right. The glass behind them was shattered into 1,000 pieces.
やばい。
The second I understood what was going on, my hand holding the smartphone started to shake. Oh god, oh god, oh god! You see a little blood dripping from the police officer's head. I spun around as I heard the sound. The warmth drained from my face in an instant, and my whole body shivered. Someone sitting on the bed. I started back and slammed into Serica.
逃げよう。早く。
I couldn't move. Serica, why do you have the I'm the killer shot? Serica, that's the killer shot. That's a shot of someone who's the killer. Serica, you're not going to kill us, right? Right? My hand was frozen and was pointing the smartphone towards whoever was behind the curtain. It wasn't doing what I told it to. Damn it. Took a step back, tripped, and then fell to the floor. My lungs weren't working right. So I moved a little, and I flinched. I didn't move, the bed was rotating. Whoever was behind the curtain showed no signs of noticing us. They didn't move an inch. That does not look like a person, I'll be quite frank. That looks like a cage. Serica's voice sounded like it was far away. Why did Serica have that? Okay, I'm actually a little bit baffled. Serica, why did you have a fucking murder shot? Were you gonna kill us? What the fuck's going on? But you don't want to speculate what might be in the cage that size, baby. I'm quite sure what would be in the cage outside would be quite terrible, yes. I ran back to the entrance and slammed myself into the door. not opening. It's not opening.
なんで開かないんだよ。
Here you go, back at me. Sarah screamed as she slammed against the door. I helped her try to batter it down. It didn't work. It's like trying to batter down a wall. Oh, fuck, it's the knocking. Suddenly I heard a knock at the door. I reflexively jumped away without thinking. You shitbox. Knock, 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 knock. It's coming around this door. Knocking was rhythmic and constant. It was just a knock at the door. My whole body started to shake. Shitbox, not in the right room for that. There is a bathroom apparently in this room, so there can be in the shitbox if they need to be. God fuck, crazy how this sim knocking is terror-inducing. No one kill themselves, please! Someone was on the other side of the door. Someone was knocking. I don't even know if that's true. This might just be fucking the Doom device knocking. I don't know. Definitely wasn't the police. My sanity's blowing away, melting out the soles of my feet on upward.
ダメだ。ダメだ。
Don't open that door. Right, go out the back.
窓から何とかして逃げよう。
No, you're on the third or fourth floor. No, stop. No, shit. I grabbed Sergio's hand and began to run. I felt silent what I saw. Well, what is that? The curtain was open. There's a man sitting there. No, he was moving slowly. The bed was moving in time to the sound of the music box. Maybe the curtain's open now? Yes, concerning. Who the fuck opened? Henry's sound came with a wire wrapped around his neck. The wire was hanging down the ceiling, choking him. His face was all puffed up, and it was color I'd never seen before. His pants were wet and the stain extended to the bed itself. I smelled piss and shit hung in my nose. You've only now started smelling it? He wasn't alive. He was dead. Why was he dead? Did he suffocate? Oh, I wonder. Why was the curtain open? I don't know. What the hell was he doing? Dead! Being dead! Why was he dead? My right hand moved without me realizing it. I needed to use the window to escape. I put my phone camera in the body instead. The body spun slowly. Each time I went around, the wire made an awful sound and dug deeper into his neck. I had dug so deep by now, the man's neck was the size of my wrist. This skin must have been broken because it was bleeding a little. Erica was right next to me, her voice sounded far away, like she was talking through a telephone. I need to get out. I had to get out. I couldn't stop the filming. Why was I doing this? Why was he dead? The wire dug deeper and deeper in his neck without waiting for me to come up with an answer. I turned away from me. I could see the back of his neck. The flesh around the wire was swollen red and black. I heard a muffled sound like something hard stabbing inside of a bag. The head slumped just a little. Oh, God, it's about to come off. His neck had just broken. That was in the sound of his neck breaking. I agree with Serica. Let's fucking jump. I could hear Serica's voice. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yes, get the fuck out. Not the knocking. My body moved as I heard another sound. It spun around. Ah, shit! There's another fucker bleeding from the eyes! Fuck! Punch her in the head before she kills herself! I screamed. And then I heard something from behind me. I don't know what I did, but the next thing I knew, my whole field of vision had turned red. I felt something like a ball hit me. Before I could understand what it was, everything faded black. Oh, God fucking damn it! September 30th, 2015, Wednesday. midnight. Yeah, that'd be my reaction too.
新庄さん、所持品と防犯カメラの映像から親族に裏取れました。死亡したのは柿田博則22歳。渋谷在住のフリーターで更新でマーケティングのアルバイトをしていたようです。
SafeWorks, fictional venture capital company located in Shibuya that presented the post-earthquake reconstruction business. SafeWorks is known for investing an incredibly large amount of money in order to monopolize the construction companies involved in the reconstruction. Following this, they moved on to other projects involving the introduction of new infrastructure, such as the proposal, development, and installment of high-powered security cameras around the city for the sake of maintaining public order. They also have made humongous efforts in supplying business models and partnership opportunities to various nonprofits and volunteer groups, as well as helping establish self-sufficient communities among survivors. As of their actions, their profits have skyrocketed. However, despite the company's assistance, some earthquake survivors and other local residents claim that SafeWorks is a cruel, tyrannical company that does not hesitate to use evictions and eminent domain to forcibly seize any property they want in the name of reconstruction.
更新でバイト？恋人は？いません。同居人もなし。一人暮らしだったようです。
くそ。
So SafeWorks is definitely evil? Oh yeah, absolutely. Shinjo cursed. If he was single and not in a relationship, it would take time to figure out his private life. And SafeWorks was one of the companies that had profited the most from the recent recovery projects in recent years. Part-time or not, if he worked there, he was probably pretty busy. It's also that his co-workers knew just his name but nothing else about him, about who he was outside work.
新庄さん、マスコミへの対応どうしますか？海洋見テレビやニコニアのネット記者が引き下がらなくて。
それから現場にいた例の子たちですが、壁標の新聞部と言っていた2人、状態は落ち着いたみたいなんですが、やはりところどころ要領を得ません。もう一人の女の子も身元を示すものを何も持っていなく、柿田の交友関係、親戚筋から洗っていますが、まだ当たりません。こっちは完全黙秘です。
Oh shit! That the girl who was bleeding from the eyes is alive? Oh, okay. Cool.
あと、先ほど検視の方から問い合わせが。
待て、勝手に。
ニコニアニュースの渡部です。すいません。一体何が起こって。
No, isn't he talking about the... Yeah, the other girl doesn't have anything that would tell us who she is. We're checking if she's a friend of relative that Keith does. No luck. Aren't they talking about the girl who was bleeding from the eyes, not Serica? Or am I going crazy? There's nothing bad happened. Yeah, no bad things. A news site offered by Nico Nia Video that provides information on a number of topics. The site primarily consists of articles regarding news stories submitted by various groups and individuals. Nico Nia has recently started attempting to do their own reporting, sending out their own reporters to conduct exclusive interviews. Newsman physically dragged the reporter out of the room. I just saw himself putting his hands to his head and moaning. Can't let his men seem act weak. Shinjo had been with police HQ Section 1 for less than 7 years. He didn't go along with his peers, but he managed to beg his way into being in charge of the case. Maybe this was his way of ending the death of an older detective who he admired.
窓枠の鑑識が終わったらすぐに外から見えないようにしといてくれ。あのネット記者は最近何するかわからん。はい。検視は俺が直接対応する。それから会社の仕事周りへの人数を増やしてくれ。上には後で俺から言っておく。
はい。それで例の子たちは。
それも俺が持つ。じゃ、よろしく頼む。
はい。
His men raced out of the room. Never seen a case like this before, and they're probably pretty excited. So was Shinjo, to be honest. Everything was such a mess I didn't even know where to begin. His instincts programmed him to start doing the work and needed to find the killer.
よし。
はい、信用調査会社フリージアでございます。
His call was answered the first ring, like always.
俺です。
あら、新庄ちゃん、遅かったわね。もうちょっと早く連絡が来ると思ってたけど。
あ、すいません。
Shinjo apologized without thinking for no clear reason. Always felt like an odd child when he spoke to the CEO, who happened to be a woman.
現場の面倒をちゃんと見てるから苦労すんのよ。少しはあの人みたいにチャランポランで行きなさいな。
先輩の性格まで見習うつもりはありませんよ。
真面目だわね。いつまでも真面目が美徳だと思ってると痛い目見るわよ。
百瀬さん、そんなことより相談したいことがあるんです。
Shinjo cut her off before she could continue her lecture and gave her a brief description of the scene. This was a violation of the rules, but the only way to solve a crazy case was to be a little crazy yourself. That was the first thing you learned from that older detective.
それって殺人なの？自殺なの？
Hey, is it suicide? Dude, okay, You can see the other twos as suicide, sure, but this one you need a little bit of fucking help to do. Momose asked her question after she described the situation. She got to the heart of the problem.
現状ではそれがわからないんです。
The hotel got suspicious when Kikita never come down after checkout time. When more than 10 calls to the room went unanswered, they contacted the police. You wouldn't necessarily rule out the suicide for the wire guy. Yes, he needs help, but you're not sure that would make it murder. I mean, considering that assisted suicide is probably illegal, then it turns out, then it goes from assisted suicide to just murder, I believe. Two officers, as well as someone from the hotel, had gone to the room where they found the body and an unconscious girl. One officer stayed at the scene to keep it secure, and the other searched the hotel to make sure it was safe. During the search, he'd forgotten to lock the employee entrance in the back near the stairs. That's how the two students from Kikiho got in. Shortly after he left the room, the girl woke up and started strangling the officer who stayed behind. He sat on the edge of the glass window and knocked himself out. He was going to be fine, but he'd been out cold until backup arrived. When the backup got there, they found the girl unconscious on the floor. The boy from Hikiko had passed out on the floor too. Hikiho. Hikiho. The other girl from Hikiko was throwing up, also on the floor. Nikita's cause of death was asphyxia via strangulation. The wire around his neck was a kind used like the trunk sites, and it hung an X pattern from the lights on the ceiling. In one case, you have a psycho performing weird-ass murder. In another, you have a psycho performing a weird-ass suicide. When sitting on the bed as it rotated. That's why there was so much pressure on his neck that finally his head had been severed. From the estimated time of death, Kikita had passed away before the police had even been contacted. The body on the bed kept spinning in time to music, one rotation every 2 minutes. In the end, the man's head had been cut off completely. The problem was the girl in the room. There was no indication that she'd ever touched Kikita. There were no fingerprints or any other signs that she'd cut Kitty's body, the bed, or the wire. The only thing they found in her fingernails were skin and blood from the officer she strangled. In fact, there's no indication she touched much of anything in the room. Everything they found belonged to Kikita. According to the officer she strangled, when she attacked him, she had clearly been in an unstable psychological state. Her eyes had been bloodshot and out of focus.
つまり何？その女の子は柿田って男が死ぬのを黙って見ていて、部屋の中のものにほとんど触れず、混濁した意識のまま警官に襲いかかって首を絞めたと。
Shinjo scratched his head as he heard her sum of the situation. That's what it looked like, at least from what they knew right now. And just by going by that, it sure looked like a suicide. It was all far too strange.
なるほど。厄介だわね。現場に入り込んだっていう壁砲の子たちは？
Hekiho.
ショックが大きかったようで、最初は何も喋らなかったんですが、今は
Yeah,
少しずつ話し
bloodshot
始め
eyes
て
is not how I would describe that. She is just straight up bleeding blood from her eyes.
ですが、いろいろと問題のある壁砲の子ですから。
Hekio has some issues? Wait, what? He checked with the school and verified they were part of the school's newspaper club. The security camera at the rear entrance had seen them coming in, which matched with their testimony. He didn't know what to make of their testimony that the door had opened on its own, or that someone else had tried to come into the room. The door was equipped with an automatic lock, and the only person inside the room who could have opened it was that girl. There's no sign of her fingerprints on the door. The security camera in the hallway showed no signs of anyone else trying to go in. In any event, it was extremely rare for a civilian to see a dead body outside of a funeral. And in an unstable mental state, it would be extremely easy for them to imagine things or just outright be mistaken about what was going on. They turned out not to have any relation to Kikita or the girl. He planned to let them off with a stern warning.
結局のところ、一番大きな手がかりは部屋に潜んでいたその子なんですが、何も喋りません。
そのままだと非感知よね。
Easier to refer to the act of keeping someone in custody and designation as a psychological state as normalized.
はい。そうなると大幅に捜査が遅れることになるので、そうしたくないんです。
わかったわ。ちょっと情報を回させてちょうだい。多分新庄ちゃんの立場的に無理してもらうことになるから覚悟はしといてね。3分後にこっちからかけ直すから。
あ、助かります。よろしくお願いします。
Shinjo went to hang up the phone.
ちょっと。
はい。
そういえばお願いがあるのよ。絶対に新庄ちゃんのためにもなることなんだけど、聞いてくれないかしら。
So he's making order then, Shinjo thought to himself.
何ですか？
この件に関して私より詳しいうちの子が一人いるのよ。それで今回の現場を直接見たいって言って
What
るん
the
だけど。
fuck? You want your kid is better for this investigate? What? Huh? What the fuck you mean?
部外者を現場に？
いつだって物事を解決するヒントを与えるのは部外者よ。
After all, I'm an outsider too, she continued. Is that Shinjo went over the steps he'd have to take and the time required to take them.
明日、いや、明後日で構いませんか？
さすが新庄ちゃん、話せるじゃない。よくそれで堅物揃いの捜査一課に残れてるわね。
ではよろしくお願いします。
ちょっと新庄ちゃん。
He barely stopped himself when ending the call.
まだ何か？
念のためアドバイスをしとこうと思って2つね。言っておくけど、さっきのは冗談じゃないのよ。
は？
Are you talking about the outsiders are going to be important? No, the relaxation part. Okay.
これから間違いなく新庄ちゃんの理解の外にある事件は続くわよ。その時一番邪魔になるのは常識だから気をつけなさいな。
Why are you talking like the world's about to turn on its head? Like we're about to have fucking Supermen and mutants walk the streets. Why are you talking like that?
そこで真面目に返事しているようではまだまだね。もう一つはね。
Momose paused for a second and chuckled.
うちの子に取って食われないようにね。油断してると新庄ちゃんが部外者になりかけないわよ。
December 30th, 2015, Wednesday.
なあ、スイポ見た？
I think I'm gonna end the stream now. First long stream I've had in a little bit. I'm happy I've done it. But also, oh my goodness, this game certainly got me hooked. I'm interested. We've got a bizarre case of murders, and I'm curious what the connection is between all going to be end up being here. Impression so far? I'm interested. Like, this is extremely bizarre, and I want to find out what's actually happening. So, yeah, no, I'm excited to actually continue this. Hopefully, I'll be able to play it again on Sunday, if not sooner. But yeah. Thank you everyone for coming to today's live stream. I hope you guys had a great time. If this is your first time coming, suggest you subscribe, make a notification sure wherever I'm streaming. If anything I'm streaming, leave a like and a comment, leave a comment down below, and share the stream around with whoever you think might be interested. But until next time, until the next of times, I'm gonna get up close, I'm gonna get quiet, and I'm gonna say goodbye.